Now let us all settle down in a comfortable cross-legged position with our heads, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next we will chant the Shiva Mula mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, like our acharyas are demonstrating. Take 1 udani of water and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm. We are going to repeat this process thrice.
Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril and the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb together, touch the right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, your right chest and your left chest. And with all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place the right hand over the left and place both hands on top of the right thigh. Close your eyes and set the Sankalpa, your declaration, the conscious resolution, what you want to manifest, through today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Make your declaration as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shaktya Vishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand one final time as we chant.
Om Apa Upasprishyam.
Now keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside out of harm's way so we can safely enter into the yoga practice. We're going to cover the 12 components of Nithyananda Yoga very briefly. The components of Nithyananda Yoga are designed to prepare you to hold the superconscious energy which is poured over you during the Nithyananda darshan in the evening. Preparing your physical body through the body postures, the asanas, aligning your body to the cosmic geometry and aligning it to Paramashiva, to embody Paramashivoham. The realization that you indeed are Paramashiva is the context for the asanas. Pranayama, the breathing techniques, aligning your breathing flow to Paramashiva through various different variations of breathing techniques. Pump the prana into your system and align your breathing to Paramashiva. Mudra, the energy circuits which you perform with your hands, limbs, and various other parts of your body. Seal the prana into your system and create a circuit where the prana flows in a specific way, activating certain organs, intra-organs, and activate the subtle brain grooves. Next up is the bandha, the energy locks, which you perform by contracting certain diaphragms and muscles within your body, pumping the prana upward along the spine, preventing it from falling down and leading to intense Kundalini awakening. The karanas, the sacred dance postures, as seen in various temples throughout India, carved in stone, preserved over thousands of years, are the embodiment of grace as you move your limbs in synchronicity, leading to the subtle breath. The visualization for each of the asanas gives the right context for each of the poses. Only if you have the right context, you can even embody the asana as it is intended. Through the visualization of various gods and goddesses, animals, or other living beings, the essence of the asana is being performed, aligning your thought to Paramashiva. Next up is the japa, the internal repetition of certain mantras, activating your Vishuddhi chakra as you visualize the mantra rotating around your throat, secreting the nectar from your throat, aligning your speech to Paramashiva, and activating Vak Shakti, the power of speech, where you speak your word into reality. Next up is the external chanting of mantras. Our Acharya is going to chant the scripture references and the words of Paramashiva himself, providing the high energy atmosphere in which your aura is protected and you are raised to higher states of energy once and for all. Weightlifting is one of the components of Nithyananda Yoga. It has been present throughout the past in different yoga traditions, like in the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, but now it is revived in the greater context of yoga as the ritual for having the divine union with Paramashiva. Hold weights to activate the Kundalini Shakti and intensify some of the asanas. Next up is the mandala, the visual representation of the devas and energies of the universe. In the background we have the Shri Yantra, which is the reflection of all the gods and goddesses. If you focus on the Shri Yantra with a gentle but intense gaze, like you would gaze at a rose, you imbibe the lines and geometric forms, and they reflect in your brain grooves, recreating the macrocosmos in your microcosmos. The abharana, the traditional Rudraksha jewelry, is capable of holding more energy than any other stone. So keep skin contact to Rudraksha beads at any given time. Finally, we have the Aushadha products like Vibhuti and Kumkum and sandalwood paste. Apply the Vibhuti on the forehead, if you're a male body, in 16 places over your body on the different energy centers. The kumkum on the third eye, detoxifying the third eye from any fluoride and activating it subtly. And also you can apply sandalwood paste on the temples. With this we cover the 12 components of Nithyananda Yoga in core. But the most important component obviously is the Shaktipada from the Paramarvata of Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So get ready to receive the darshan in the evening and prepare yourself through Nithyananda Yoga. We request all the participants to please switch on your cameras and make sure your room is lit properly. This is a safety measure, so please follow along with the guidelines and perform the asanas to the best of your capability, taking any precautions when you have physical injuries or ailments which can be intensified through the asana practice. Practice the asana with full awareness, but to the best of your capability. With all the disclaimers ahead, let us now move on to performing Nithyananda Yoga, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index and thumb touching. As you engage all three bandhas, the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting your perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles above and your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together performed, they make up Mahamudra Bandha, which is pumping the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, ultimately leading to the final realization. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you perform Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling deeply, filling your stomach with prana, holding your breath and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. Internally, repeat the japa Soham as you perform Sukhasana, the first asana of the sequence.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana and then join your palms together and raise them up above your head, keeping the elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount
अक्षय महादेव पर्वत.
Pavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front. Hold the left hand by the right behind your back and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together in front and cup your palms, extending the hands out. Bring them flat on the ground in front of the feet as you bring your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि पर्यागाने नीचो हो वीकहु निफनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Stretch your legs straight upwards and forward. As you lean forward, cross your legs into Padmasana. Place the elbows on the ground. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः.
Next asana is Nityasana. Now stack your ankles and knees as you hold on to opposite elbows and start rotating your arms in a circle. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
थोड़ा बामा पादकी आशमाहिली सोय दश चरण को वार लोता परिगुल्भ समोय.
The next asana is Garjasana, the elephant posture. Now press your hands into the ground shoulder width apart as you lift your hips up high. Scoop your body forward and down again and again, visualizing yourself as an elephant as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Nyubjam padagre bhumo krutva lambibhuya mastakagre nidhaya.
Next up is Rikshasana. From the same position, alternate bringing one heel to the ground while lifting the other heel up again and again. Visualize yourself as a bear as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Next up is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes with all other toes raised off the ground if you can. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line as you bring the middle index and ring fingers to the heart center into the Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi position with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Then bring your hands to the chest and raise one knee up in a circular motion around the body. Follow along with the respective hand. Repeat the movement on both sides again and again. Next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Pull one knee up towards your chest. Hold it close as you engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapidanasana. Standing on one leg, hold onto one foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands behind your back. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Next up is Natarajasana. Now hold onto the sole of one foot from the inside behind your back as you lean forward and down, extending the other arm forward with a hand in Bindu Mudra. Pull the leg up as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja. Perform the Mula Bandha in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side as you visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks. Be straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side as you hold onto the sole of the other foot and lean forward, extending the arm, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Ardha Karana. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Bring the right foot behind the other, with the heel up and the toes down to the ground. Now bring the left hand to your chest as you swing the right hand back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. After some time, place the hand over the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now hold the visualization of your skeleton structure as you dance wildly. Shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization. Next up is Katichina Karana. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Cross your arms above your head with the palms facing backwards. Now open up your hips and arms to one side. Return to the center, cross your arms and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the toes as you raise your hands up above your head. Engage all the bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree and internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat on the ground. Engage all the bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, step your feet back, keep the toes on the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and start rotating your head from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana. Kindle the digestive fire.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
Now lower your stomach onto the ground. Keep your hands next to your chest and toes pointing backwards. Now lift your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't push your body up, pull it up with your back muscles. As you open your mouth wide in Bhujangani Mudra and inhale through the hollow of your throat. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
Now push your body up into a plank position and alternate, bringing one knee in towards the chest back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, holding the breath in the various chakras along the spine as per your control. Perform the Mula Bandha. Internally chant Shivoham in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. From the tall plank position, step one foot in between the hands, jump it back and bring the other foot in between the hands again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot and perform Mula Bandha.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next up is Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the knee bent at a 90-degree angle, toes pointing forward, back leg straight, toes pointing sideways. Gaze to your third eye, raise your arms up above your head. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above your head in Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows straight, gaze ahead, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a tree, Vriksha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Next up is Garudasana. Now bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Join your hands together in Namaskara Mudra. As you keep the standing leg straight as a rod, visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Bring the soles to the inner thigh, raise your arms up in Anjali Mudra. Visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side. Bring the foot on top of the opposite hip. Hands together, Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Front toes pointing forwards, back toes facing sideways. Keep your arms extended parallel to the ground as you lean forward and down to the foot, and have the other hand pointing up. Gaze up. Visualize yourself as a triangle as you perform Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Keep the arms extended. Lean forward and down. Repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Arimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground. Place the hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel to the ground, lift the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. Next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of the toes with raised heels off the ground. Place your perineum onto the raised heels as you bring your knees together and off the ground. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka. Engage Mula Bandha and internally chant Sadashivoham.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saudasana. From Angushtasana, extend one leg forward with the heel down, toes pointing up. Keep your hands at the side, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra with the tips of the fingers just touching the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha in Saudasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. From Saudasana, lean forward and hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Now, hold onto the back heel with the other hand if you can, balancing in this posture as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संसृज्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Extend the other leg forward as you repeat Saudasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Repeat Vidunanasana on the other side.
गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संसृज्य तत्करेण.
Next up is Brahmacharankushasana. As you sit on the raised heels, knees raised off the ground, create a gap between the knees and place the back of your hands on top of the knees. Contract the perineal region, tuck your chin to the chest, and gaze in between the hands with the eyes wide open in Shambhavi Mudra, unblinking, gazing within. This mudra can lead to the ultimate realization when performed correctly. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Chalandra Bandha and Mula Bandha while internally chanting Sadashivoham.
दो फणावाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now place your knees on the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sit your perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Pull your stomach in and up and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni, the founder of the Mahanirvani Akara. as you buzz like a bee and engage Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, in Kapilasana.
उभय पगतली सम ठहरावे तिनकी माहिली को और मिलावे.
Next up is Bhadra Gorakasana. Maintain the same posture, but shift your gaze to the third eye, your visualization to Swamiji, and the Bandha to the Mula Bandha.
दोवु पगतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Next up is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you raise your knees off the ground, bring your hands into Padma Mudra by joining the thumbs and little fingers, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. As you then lift your hands straight up above your head, gaze in between the palms as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Suryasana.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now sit with your toes flat, perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth. Visualize yourself as a frog as you keep the tongue up, catching the nectar of immortality in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Uttana Mandukasana. From the same position, bring your hands behind your back and hold on to the opposite shoulders. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog. Perform Manduki Mudra with your tongue. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन.
Up is Bhadrasana. Now lay your perineum wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो वित्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Kakabhushandi Asana. As you squat and keep the feet flat on the ground, knees opened wide, bring your arms in and around the raised knees and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra. Gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a crow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमे वैसक उकटठाने दोवु हाथ पगवीच आने.
Next up is Kanipavasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and then bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward and down and lift your feet off the mat. As you balance on your arms, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha in Kanipavasana.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
Next up is Kapali Asana. This is going to be the first inverted posture of the sequence. So if you have any neck or upper back injuries or high blood pressure, take it slow with this asana. Be mindful, and if you need the support of a wall, align yourself to the wall. If you have a partner by your side, they can aid you. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the crown of your head onto the ground as you form a triangle between your hands and your head. Bring your knees onto your elbows, hips over your shoulders, and then straighten your legs up. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee and perform the Mula Bandha in Kapali Asana.
शीशी शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिबा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Gently lower your legs down as we come to Paramashivoham, where you place your hands flat on the ground to the side of your body and then twist your knees outside, align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean forward onto your arms, extending the legs to the side, balancing on your hands. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Exhale fully and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha in Paramashivoham.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Lean forward, extend your legs out, balance as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Paramashivoham on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Next up is Bhairaganathasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Now step one leg outside of the respective shoulder and in between the two hands. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava, perform Rijaka Kumbhaka and Mula Bandha, and internally chant the japa, Sadashivoham. Now bring the front foot back and bring the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava as you repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now return to Tadakshvasana with both legs back as you bring your forearms to the mat and walk your feet forward slightly, raising your hips up high. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one arm as you extend the other arm up towards the sky. Gaze up and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचे हलमत्स्यकम.
Now rotate your body to the other side and repeat Vashishthasana with the opposite arm extended upwards.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचे हलमत्स्यकम.
Now come to a seated posture with the legs extended forward. Place your hands underneath your buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. As you breathe in Rijaka Kumbhaka, perform Jalananda Bandha and Mula Bandha, throat lock and root lock, as you internally chant Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोबूगर की उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now, with the legs extended forward, bend from the waist and lean forward, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knees, engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते.
Next up is Ugrasana. From the same position, interlock your fingers behind your head in Parasha Mudra. As you bring the elbows down outside of the knees, bring your head as close to the knees as possible, or in between. as you visualize Kali in your inner space, performing Mahamudra Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Marichi Asana. Now bring one heel towards the groin with the knee raised. As you bring the respective arm in and around the knee, hold your hands behind your back, lean forward and down as low as you can, and perform the Mula Bandha while visualizing yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the raised knee to the mat. Keep the heel at the perineum. Lean forward and down as you hold onto the foot with both hands. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you exhale and perform all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend your legs out straight. Bring the other heel towards your groin with the knee raised. Arm in and around the knee. Interlace fingers behind your back. Lean forward and down. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi as you repeat Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji. Perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Next up is Bhadrasana 2. As you bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body, hold them with both hands. Push your knees down to the ground. As you perform the Mula Bandha, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Kapali Pavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space while performing Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now sit and keep the soles of the feet together with your heels close to your perineum. Hold onto the feet as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself, projected in the top right corner of your screen. Lean forward and down. Bring your head to the feet as you gaze to your nose in Joni Asana.
दोवो बगदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे.
Now extend your feet away from the body as you keep the heels together and the toes apart. Extend your arms out to the side and place them on the mat as you lean forward and down, bringing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji perform the Mula Bandha in Midaki Pavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपकदली संपुट शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. As you sit with the toes together, heels apart, bring your arms below the shins and extend them out with the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above the feet as you bring your toes to your throat if you can. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोऊ बगदली संपट करे, सोले मेढ़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, hold the feet and open them up like a book. As you press your elbows down on your thighs, pushing the knees down to the mat. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोऊ बगागी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Next asana is Chatupada Trikonasana. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum, place your hands on your knees and gently push them down to the mat. Gaze to your Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
बगदली संपट धारे, आगा ने कर जा रे पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. With the soles of your feet together, and if you can use the support of your hands if needed. Keep the knees on the mat. Knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye. Hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra as you exhale fully and contract the perineal region. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. As you sit and place one leg over top of the respective shoulder, extend the other leg straight upwards. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Next up is Samanasana. As you sit with one heel against the groin, the opposite foot towards your chest, pull it close with both hands as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Samanasana on the other side.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now bring the other foot over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg straight up, repeating Apanasana on the other side.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees in front as you place your heels against your hips at the outside. Join your hands together and place them on the knee. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Perform Siddhkari Kumbhaka as you press your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth, hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana. Now hold onto the feet with the hands in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाहों तागे ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. From the same position, interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashu Mudra. Lean forward and down as you gaze to your nose. Bring the nose as close to the ground as possible. Perform the Mula Bandha.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, उपरीड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2. As you sit on the ground with one heel pressed against your perineum, keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep your spine tall, chest out, and your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्भ मूल द्वार नी चाहिए.
Next up is Naradasana. From Garudasana 2, raise your perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as SPH Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टिजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरी ताहि लगावे फेरी.
The next asana is Matsya Pitakasana. As you place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin, extend the other hand down and hold the big toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Now repeat Gomukhasana on the other side as you stack your knees with the other knee on top. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow, Gomukha.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha while visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण घोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra as you lean forward and down. Bring your nose to the ground in Anasuyasana 2 on the other side.
जीवणा गोदा की संधि उपरीड़ा व गोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana 2. Sit with the other heel against your perineum, opposite foot flat. Knee raised, hands on the knees. Visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्भ मूल द्वार नी चाहिए.
Now repeat Naradasana on the other side as you raise your perineum onto the heel, interlock your fingers behind your back, and twist your elbows outside of the knee. Visualize yourself as SPH Narada.
पिष्टिजुवाम पगदली केरी भूपरी ताहि लगावे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. With the other foot on top of the opposite thigh, hold onto the shin and the big toe of that foot. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh as you place the opposite foot flat on the ground. If you can, stack it over top of the knee. Now twist your elbow outside of the raised knee. Hold your neck with the respective hand as you place the other hand on the ground behind you. Visualize Sage Matsyendranath as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
From Matsyendrasana, extend your front arm down to the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra if you can, as you bring the other hand towards your ear and gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए।
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. As you place the hand down from your ear to the ground behind you, twist your body even further and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga. In Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम्।
Now untwist your legs, place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you raise the knee and twist your elbow outside the knee, repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side.
पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः।
Now place the front arm down to the foot, the back hand holding your ear, visualizing yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए।
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Placing the back hand down to the mat, twisting your body even further while you still hold on to your foot. Visualize Sage Matsyendranath and don't forget to breathe and sit Kari Kumbhaka, hissing through your teeth with your tongue up against the palate of your mouth.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम्।
Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva as you perform all three wonders and breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, where you press your tongue against the back of the teeth and hiss through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा।
Next up is Padmasana 2. Maintain Padmasana. Cross your arms in front of the body as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you keep breathing in Sitali Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः।
Next up is Kukutasana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Place your hands flat on the ground as you lift your body up off the mat, balancing on your hands. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform the Mula Bandha and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ।
Next up is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, rise up onto your knees and bring your elbows to your navel. As you place your palms flat on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body, lean forward, find balance and raise your knees off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कोर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः।
Next up is Mayurasana. As you come from a kneeling position, place your hands on the mat, fingers pointing backwards. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Find balance, lift your legs off the mat. As you visualize yourself as a peacock, perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्।
Next up is Makarasana. Now place your body flat on the mat. Keep the toes pointing outwards And interlock your fingers behind your head in Parasha Mudra. Visualize yourself as a crocodile as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Next up is Shalabhasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands outside of your chest, flat on the ground, as you lift your legs up off the ground completely. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षौ भूमिमौष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay down on your stomach, holding onto the feet, pull the feet down towards the body, outside of the hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel, perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet. Kick the legs back and up as you simultaneously lift your chest up off the ground, gazing to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you perform the Mula Bandha in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्यपादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, with the feet flat on the ground, bring your heels outside of the hip and sit on the ground in between the feet. Touch your toes behind your back. As you place your hands on top of the thighs, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha as you internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगद करे एक ऐसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. We are setting up for another inverted posture. So position yourself in front of a wall if you need the support. Now from the knees, place your forearms on the ground with the elbows shoulder width apart, fingers interlocked. As you place the crown of your head onto the mat, supporting it with your hands, gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुण्य कलाई जाने दोई.
From Gohi Asana, extend your legs straight up into Shirshasana. Gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and breathe calmly through your nose.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your legs down and come to a seated position with your legs in front as we enter a sequence of rapid exhalations in Bhastika Kumbhaka, where you pull in your abdomen and push the air out again and again without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. Keep performing Bhastika Kumbhaka throughout the next few asanas as you sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Puriyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे कागजी ठाने.
Now sit with your legs extended at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Visualize yourself as a maze as you gaze to your third eye in Padikahasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Next up is Naukasana. Now extend your arms straight forward, parallel to the ground as you lift your legs up. Bring your elbows down to the ground if needed. As you visualize yourself as a boat, gaze to your third eye. Breathe in Bhastika Kumbhaka in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं गुरुपराभ्यां भूमिम् अष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Rudrasana, where you sit and bring the feet up towards your chest. Pull them in as you scoop the hands below. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you exhale rapidly in Bhastika Kumbhaka.
पगतली संपुटकरी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
Now breathe calmly through your nose as you lay down on your back and place the feet flat on the mat with the knees raised. Bring your palms down on the mat with the fingers just touching the heels. As you push your hips up, perform Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you perform the Murcha Kumbhaka, which is exhaling through the throat lock. As you keep Jalandhara Bandha engaged, force the air out in a controlled manner. This will bring about a state of swooning. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to your nose in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Next up is Shivasana. Lay down flat on your mat. Place the hands at the hips with the palms facing up. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you pull the Kundalini Shakti forcefully up along your spine. Contract the perineal region and push the Kundalini Shakti up all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. Relax. Unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Slowly come back to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which form the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence. But first, we would like to thank all the participants who join us on time and participate sincerely in the asana practice. We request everyone to please switch on your camera, be visible on cam, and join us in the yoga practice. It is preparing you to hold the superconscious energy during the darshan tonight. So let us all get ready by performing the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Shthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Sit in any comfortable posture. Just place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index and thumbs together. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Shthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Inhale deeply and hold your breath. After exhaling deeply, breathe in and out deeply again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now place your left foot against the genital region and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands facing downwards on your knees as you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानोत्सम्यमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके जानो सीवनिमथितासुकोठानो.
Next up is Udrasana 2. Now keep your legs in the same position. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra as you switch your gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana 2.
वामचरणपरि दक्षिणराखे एकजुगतिये सेवि दिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. As you maintain the same position as Rudrasana 2, switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गो नमन की जन चलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a closed lotus flower in Samputa Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other As you set your sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation, perform the Mula Bandha and prepare yourself to enter Shanmukhi Mudra, closing all the senses. First, exhale, then close your mouth with ring and little finger, your nose with the middle fingers, the eyes with the index fingers, and your ears with the thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. As you place one foot on top of the thigh with the other foot under the opposite thigh, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Embody the state and space of bravery.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Valmikasana. As you keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organ, with the toes under your thigh, place the right foot on top of the left leg with the toes by the knees. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की पगदली पुनिएड़ी है जो ये.
Next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees. Place them flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself.
वामपाद की पगदली जाहिमा हिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same position, shift your gaze to the third eye and visualize Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you gaze to the nose and keep the soles of your feet together in front of your body, holding them with both hands, Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghodasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels against your perineum, as you cover your mouth with your right hand and keep your tongue up against the palate of your mouth or even higher in the nasal tract towards your third eye in Kechari Mudra. Now close the left nostril with your index finger and inhale through the right, then close both nostrils, and after holding the breath, exhale through the left and repeat on the other side. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori as you breathe in Abhyantara Kumbhaka.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you bring your feet together in front, toes together and heels apart, place your elbows on the heels, rest your chin on the palms, gaze to your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale fully and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन रख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Padasana. As you sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, interlace your fingers and lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. As you interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together, keep the toes at the groove of your throat and the heels against your chest. Touch your chin onto the hands and gaze to your nose as you embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे।
Next up is Uddarasana. As you sit with the soles of the feet together, insert your hands underneath the legs and hold onto your feet with interlocked fingers. As you bring the feet up to your chest, the head down on the soles of the feet, gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पगदली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करियुरद हिताने।
Next up is Vishishtasana. Lift your feet even higher from the same position. Bring them in front of your face as you bring the interlocked fingers above your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे।
Next up is Bhujasana. As you sit with your legs raised, bring both legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परम्।
Next up is Kalyanasana. As you maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back, palms clasped, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पगों नीचे आने, तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने।
Next up is Sankatasana. As you sit with the left knee on the ground, left foot flat on top of the left heel, stack the right leg over top and bring the heel against the outside of the left hip. Place your hands on top of the opposite knees as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth, and perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले।
Next up is Dhenukasana. From Sankatasana, slide the left heel outside the hip and sit on the ground. As you visualize a cow in your inner space, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि।
Now bring the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Twist your body. Bring one arm, the left arm, behind your back and hold on to the opposite thigh. As you place the other hand on the opposite thigh as well, twisting your body even further. Now gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्घपर्दचिण्टाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीदिश आने।
Now keep your feet in the same position, untwist your body, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोई वामजंग परि राखे सोई।
Next up is Guru Asana. As you maintain your feet in the same position, interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Perform all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
उर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य।
Next up is Sankatasana on the other side. Now place the right foot flat on the mat with the heel up. Sit down on the heel and cross the other leg over top. As you place your hands on opposite knees, visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Sankatasana on the other side.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले।
Now slide the right heel outside of the hip. Sit on the ground, visualize a cow, and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुशागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिलिंदकल्यम्नी.
Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right hand behind. Twist your body and hold on opposite thighs as you gaze through your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space and Machandrasana on the other side.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण दाने वामहस्त विष्टि दिशाने.
Now untwist your body. Hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, forehead on the mat, visualizing Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
तमजी मनोचरण जोई वामजंग परि राखे सोई.
Now interlace your fingers, place them on the top knee as you engage all three bandhas and visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
मूले इतर पादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेश गुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Pashasana. As you sit with your feet flat, pull your knees in, holding on to opposite knees with your hands. Bring your tongue up in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिवृसि निधाय.
Next up is Bodhashokasana. From Pashasana, hold onto the opposite wrists. Bring your chin down to the knee as you gaze to your nose and visualize being in an abode of bliss. Perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगदली भूपरि धरे कोरमा हिलिए से करे.
Next up is Kudakatasana. From the same position, bring your arms underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Keep your tongue up, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ले आवे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. As you maintain the same hold beneath the knees, cross your ankles with the toes pointing up as you gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती पर ठाने डावा पग परि दशपद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight and raise your arms up straight, interlacing the fingers with the wrists outside. Perform Kechari Mudra with your tongue, gaze to the nose as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
तानीम गर्भिणी नाम योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. As you sit with your legs straight, hold the big toes in Prana Mudra, lean your chest forward and down, and bring your head to the knees. As you perform Nadi Shodhana, inhaling through one nostril, exhaling through the other alternatingly, without using the support of your hands, control the prana flow with your will as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग में लिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bhidokasana. As you sit with your legs straight, extend your knees slightly up as you keep one hand distance between the heels. Bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs, holding onto the soles of the feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को कुर्ड डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. As you extend both legs out with the heels together, place your chin on the heels. Insert your hands below the shins as you keep the palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. With the legs extended in front, bring one leg behind your neck. If you can't, bring the foot behind your neck. You can bring it over your shoulder or pull it towards your chest. Then lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands, as in Paschimottanasana. Perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you visualize the prana flowing upward along your body through 9 points. The 9 points are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head, as revealed by Mahadeva himself. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean backwards with the foot still behind your neck. Be as straight as you can. Pull your foot up. If you can't, bring it behind your neck. Be straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta, as you feel the prana flowing up your body.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. As you hold on to the foot with the opposite hand, roll onto the side and rest as you feel in complete control, gazing to the nose in Ankushasana.
उत्तानहित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drushasana. Now lay on your back and pull your knees in towards your chest, holding onto the opposite wrists and rocking your body from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha, still feeling the prana flow up in Pratyahara Pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदयेऽवष्टम्भ.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. As you sit with your legs extended, bring the other foot behind your neck and then lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now repeat Anantasana on the other side as you lay back with your leg behind your neck, holding on to the foot with your hand, visualizing yourself as being unending, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now repeat Ankushasana on the other side. As you roll onto the side, feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't bring the feet behind your back, pull both your feet close as you cross them and pull them with your hands.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atma Ramasana. While laying on your back, raise the legs towards your head and wrap your hands around the legs, interlacing your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, with your knees towards your chest, soles facing up, extend your arms sideways at shoulder level. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 बेसपा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We will be performing 3 steps and then repeat it on the other side. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana as you enter the neutral position, pulling your knees up towards your chest and extending the hands out to the side as in Kochikasana. Then place one knee to the side onto the ground as you extend the opposite leg down. Next, bring both knees bent to the side. Finally, bring both legs extended to the side, holding on to the feet and gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now return to the neutral position with your knees against your chest, arms extended out to the side. Then place the other knee down, opposite leg extended. Bring both knees bent to the side. Both legs extended to the side as you hold them with your hand and gaze away in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, with the feet flat, knees bent, hold onto your ankles and lift the hips up. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you perform Mudra Kumbhaka, pushing the prana out through the throat lock as you keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, raise your hands above your head, placing the hands flat on the mat as well, fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your body up into a plank position as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Next up is Shvotanasana. Now lay on your back with the knees to the chest, hands on the shoulders. Move your hips around in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back, performing the Mula Bandha.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभो वाणिज्य.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now lie supine and raise your legs and hips up. Place your hands on the mat to balance and support yourself. Then start moving your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mudra Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले स्वशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Maintain the same position, but stop the movement of your legs. Be straight and stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Viparita Karani too.
विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Inverted postures like Viparita Karani intensify the Jataragni, the digestive fire, enabling you to digest anything, externally and internally. Now lay on your back as you lift your hips and take them over your head, toes on the floor. Place your hands stretched on the ground behind your back with the palms clasped as you rest on your neck and shoulders. Visualize yourself as a plow and perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha in Lankalasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
Next up is Shayita Paschimottanasana. As you lay on your back with the legs over your head, hold onto the feet with your hands, keeping your arms and legs straight, as in Paschimottanasana on your back. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Perform Mudra Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Anam Shahitvat Kurvita Shahitapaschimatanakam.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, bring your hips above the shoulder level and open your legs wide. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mocha Kumbhaka.
Parivritte Kokshe Bhage Tridahi Parikirtitaha.
Next up is Chakrasana. From the same position, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back. As you keep the legs straight, visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
Shavasanastaddvau padau kuryan mastakatah paro.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Vrangushtasana. As you lay on your back, straighten your legs up straight above your body. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you then open your legs wide to the side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
Tanabadam Krauncham cha Bharichim Veera Bhadrakam.
Now join your feet back together above your body, arms and legs straight in Supta Padangushtasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
Uttanabadam Krauncham cha Bharichim Veera Bhadrakam.
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana and lay your body flat on the mat. Hold onto your elbows above your head and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you gaze to your nose.
Mukta Padmasanam Krutva Uttanashayanam charet.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you lay on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the back side of your right hand onto your left palm. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
Pratamakare Padmasana Ache Sudho Sove Bhuparipache.
Laying on your back with your legs in Padmasana, lift your legs and hips up, supporting your hips with your hands, elbows on the ground. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mocha Kumbhaka in Sarvangasana.
Kshetra Samkshepat Sarvangasanam Uttamam.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Laying on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Pull the other knee up towards your chest as you raise your hands above your head with the hands hooked forward. As you visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze to your third eye and perform Mocha Kumbhaka.
Pratamashena Sudho Shishikeshiki Sandhi Sudakhe.
Now bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh as you repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
Pratamashena Sudho Shishikeshiki Sandhi Sudakhe.
Next up is Vrishaparakshipasana. As you lay on your back, interlace your fingers behind your neck and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest, back and forth. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, calmly breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
Uttanashenam Krutva Angulibhik Kandaram Badhva.
Next up is Marottanasana. As you lay on your back, with the hands outside the hips, alternate bringing one knee in towards your ear, back and forth. Keep your legs off the ground as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Shotanavad Samsiddhi Kirtva Janudvayam Paryayena Karnayoho Samsprishet.
Next up is Vrikasana. Now lay down on your back and place the soles of the feet flat on the ground. Then stand up and sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
Tauttanashenam Krutva Padadalabhyam Bhumim Dhritva.
Next up is Luthasana. As you lay on your back, quickly throw your legs above your head and completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, and finally finish in a prone position as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरौ उल्लङ्घ्य
Next, lie on your belly with the toes extended, hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back as you perform the Mula Bandha in Salatthasana.
नुब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet back and forth in between your hands, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind.
नुब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
Next up is Jatyasana. As you stand, place your hands on the ground and start walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand with the knees bent and the feet pointing outwards as you move your arms in a circular motion around your body and lean back, open up your chest and move your head in all directions. Next up is Tadapasana. Now tie your feet with the rope and then stand erect on your mat like a rod. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe through your nose into Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः वायवी कुण्डली देवी कुण्डलाकारमङ्गुले.
Now, in case you tied your legs, untie them as you move on to the next asana, which is Ushtra Sadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Visualize yourself as a camel as you start walking around on the mat. Perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, visualize yourself as a horse and start walking around, holding the feet from the outside.
कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kaputanitakasana. Now stand straight with your feet together and interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calf as you open up your chest widely, visualizing yourself as a soaring bird diving. Perform the Mula Bandha and breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you do so.
तले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Now stand with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. As you gently bend your knees, keep the toes pointing outwards. As you bow down to the side, raise the heel and lower your shoulder, opening up the palms. Visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. In Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Next up is Khadgasana. As you lay on your stomach, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and then jump your feet up towards your hands and stand, gazing to the nose, placing your hands in Namaskara Mudra, forming the horn of the rhinoceros.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Next up is the Uttanottanam. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand straight with your hands raised above your head and repeatedly jump up and down as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Ujjayi Shakasana. Now, from a standing position, pull one foot in towards your chest and then sit down and stand back up with the other leg, repeating the movement on both sides again and again as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is the Parshva Janukarana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing outwards. Pull the knee of the other leg up towards your chest as you keep the standing leg slightly bent. The hand holding onto the foot in a fist. The opposite hand on the thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva, keep your arms and one leg extended forward as you sit down and stand back up with one leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh, stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes under the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. As you stand straight on the right leg, lift the left foot onto the opposite thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. Now stand on one leg, hold the big toe of the other foot as you extend the leg out to the side and rotate on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you stand on one leg, lift the other foot behind your neck and then sit down and stand back up as you perform the 3 steps of Vishnu and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshva Janukarana on the other side. Hold the other knee with a hand in a fist, standing on one leg. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now perform Garudasana 3 on the other side, intertwining your legs and arms, hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
नगूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Asana, the pole star posture, rotating on the other leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side, pull the leg behind your neck. If you can't bring it behind your neck, try to bring the leg over your shoulder or towards your chest. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samana Karana. Now stand with the feet close together, the feet touching, toes pointing outwards, arms slightly extended away from the waist, fingers extended one by one, in a natural pose. As we move on to the final 100 asanas of this sequence, starting with Godak Anjali Asana. As you stand erect and then bend forward, bring both hands underneath the knees and interlock them in Parashu Mudra as you squat down and bring the finger lock to your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As before mentioned,
प्रथमे उभो होवे बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
the next asana is Kanchi Asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap your hands around behind your butt in Parashu Mudra. Squat down and hold your hands behind. Keep your chest straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhaling, holding your breath, and then forcefully moving the prana up and down and throughout your limbs within your body.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairu Asana. As you bring the feet together and sit in a squatting posture with your heels touching the perineum, hold the hands behind your back in Parashu Mudra as you gaze to your navel and sit straight, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो बगा की धैल्या की माहिली को मिलाई.
From Bhairu Asana, we move on to Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up to your head, close as you join your palms together, fingers pointing down in Anjali Mudra behind your back. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागदली की माहिली कोर मिलाई भणा पानी उगड़बई से.
Next up is Prithvitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
The next asana is Bakasana. As you place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, with the fingers wide, place your knees onto the back of your arms and lean forward, balancing on your arms. As you visualize yourself as a crow, Move the prana up and down and through your limbs forcefully in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. As you keep your hands flat on the ground, place the crown of your head onto the mat and raise your body up onto your head, interlocking the legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Come to a kneeling posture. As you sit in between the heels, hands on top of the thighs, gaze to your nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुर्वोरंतरे पादो उत्तादं व्यक्त संस्थितो.
Next up is the Vrikshasana too. Now place your hands on the ground with the fingers wide and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Take the support of a wall or have a partner by your side to aid you. This asana should be performed to clean all the 7 chakras. Now visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana, where you join the hands closer together and join the feet in the handstand. Visualize Tejas energy flowing to your third eye as you gaze to the third eye and perform the Mula Bandha in Shiva Asana.
दो उपग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now place your hands shoulder width apart onto the ground as you step your feet back into a tall plank position. Then alternate lowering your body and pushing it back up again and again while visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुर्वरो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Lower your body down onto your stomach as you keep the hands on the hips and visualize yourself as a snake as you move, lift and move your upper body to the left and right like a snake. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Niralambanasana. As you lay flat on your belly with the toes pointing backwards, elbows on the ground, hands in Padma Mudra holding onto your shin. Feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front, straighten your arms, bend your knees, and bring your feet towards your upper back as you lift up your head and chest. Visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vajrasana. From a kneeling position, lean forward and down as you extend your arms straight and place them flat on the mat as you bring your forehead to the ground as well. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Meshasana. As you place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, raise your hips up high and alternate striking the ground with your hand as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. As you lift your legs up from Gajasana, bring your forehead to the ground slowly. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on your heels with the legs together. Interlace your fingers around the toes and pull them towards your perineum as you then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फना शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. As you interlace your fingers in front and then behind you, stretch your arms forwards, to the sides, backwards, in all directions. As you give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body, visualize palm in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
हस्तयो अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर मध्यात् सर्वंगम निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you sit on your heels in Vajrasana, turn your feet outwards, toes pointing out. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. As you keep your spine straight, hands on the knees, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जंगोरुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. As you sit with your legs folded back, toes pointing backwards, knees wide, holding onto your ankles, place the front of your buttocks on the ground and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
वक्षे वीरनाथ आनंदमंदिरासनम.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. As you sit with your knees wide, feet overlapping on top of your ankles, place your hands underneath the knees. Gaze to your nose, keep your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra, catching the nectar of immortality as you visualize yourself as a frog. Perform Udyanavanda and Moolavanda in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वंगे सबलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together, place your perineum onto the heels, place your palms on the ground with the fingers spread for support, thumbs touching, base of your hand touching the toes. Gaze to your nose and stick out your tongue as you exhale forcefully, visualizing Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो फणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Pishlakasana. As you sit on the toes, place your perineum onto your heels, separate your knees and place them on the ground. As you make a hollow of your palms, place it over your mouth, keep your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your lips. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth in Vishlaka Pranayama as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दो बगांगी एड़ी जोजी गोड़ा फनवान अपनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana. As you keep the soles of your feet together and place the top of your feet onto the ground, sit on your heels and bend your elbows, bringing your fingers to the armpits. Imitate as if you were a monkey scratching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
The next asana is Vajrasangadasana. Now stand on your toes with the soles of the feet together, sit on your heels and keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. Breathe in the Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth, perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vajrasanghadasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होय वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on top of your heels. As you place your palms onto the mat to the sides, gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
खञ्जनासनमापक्षे यत् कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana. As you sit with the toes flat, feet crossed, perineum on the back of the heels, keep your knees wide, hands on the knees. Stiffen your upper back and neck like the shell of a turtle as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle having a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Next up is Yogasana. As you sit in the same position, the upper back relaxed, gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind, keep the feet near the opposite knees as you hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness Advaita with the Guru in Vijogasana.
गोड़ा वामो उभौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next asana is Ustrasana too. In a kneeling position, bend backwards and hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana too. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows and then the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together, lean back and place your back onto the ground. Then rise back up again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जङ्घापृष्ठिभूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips even higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of your heels. Bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
The next asana is Svadasana. As you stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked, hold your arms with opposite hands. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva, as this is the boon-fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अनुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Varahasana too. As you keep your knees together, toes tucked, lean forward and bring your elbows to the mat with your hands holding your head. Rest your head on your hands and your butt on the heels as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next asana is Mundasana. As you kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with your hands. As you walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs up straight. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you gaze through your nose. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka and contract your perineal region in Mula Bandha.
मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Now kneel down and place your head in between the knees as you keep your elbows adjacent to the knees, hands holding onto your head. Exhale through your mouth and inhale through your nose as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगदली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. As you lay on your belly with your arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms and chest. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Raise your body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now lay on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground. Keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize your skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lie on your stomach with the hands by the sides, lift your legs up over your head and slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head. Keep your palms flat on the ground as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next up is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring your chest down so your navel touches the knees. Keep your hands flat on the mat and the forearms on the ground. Be sturdy as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishchikasana too. As you kneel down, place your hands and elbows on the mat and then raise your legs, bend your back to touch your feet to your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
इच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमां कृपार्ष्णि धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you place your perineum down on the right heel, keep your left foot outside the hip, ankle and toes pointing outwards. Place your hands on the mat in front. Visualize yourself as a bowl as you start breathing in Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and slowly exhaling.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
From Vrishasana, place your hands in front of you on the mat and lift your body off the ground as you cross the toes of the left foot over the right. Balance mid-air as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
From Lolasana, place your perineum onto the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull.
गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the toes of the left foot on the ground as you sit down on the left heel. Keep the right knee raised with the right foot flat on the mat in front. Hands on top of the respective knees as you visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जागी.
Next up is Grahasana. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat as you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap them around your shins as you hold onto your ankles from the outside, visualizing yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. As you place your toes on the ground with the heels raised, perineum down on the heels, knees off the mat. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Keep your spine straight, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयो परि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you sit with the toes down, perineum on the raised heels, soles of the feet together. Keep your knees wide off the ground and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम पणापाणी होए जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip width apart as you place your hands underneath the soles of the feet with the palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, gaze through your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर इटाने कहनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. As you place the back of your hands onto the mat in front, step onto your hands with the feet and wrap your hands around the feet like a shoe. Now walk around on the mat, visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukuturanasana. As you place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands onto the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand posture as you move around on your two hands dancing, feeling yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next asana is Kunjarasana. Now place one hand flat on the mat, arms straight, with the other hand holding your ear. Visualize Swamiji perform the Mula Bandha and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now place the other hand down. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Karambasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat, heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. As you sit with the heels at the perineum, knees up, hold the knees with opposite hands and pull them close to your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your body.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your neck. Lift it over your shoulder if you can't bring it behind your neck, or pull it close. Then place both hands on the mat beside you and lift your body up as you extend the opposite leg straight. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Hold onto the respective big toes with your hands in prana mudra as you keep one leg straight and the other leg pulled towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back. Now visualize yourself as a bow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder as you hook the other foot over top and extend the legs out to the side, balancing on your hands. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वसिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on the opposite thigh. As you keep the other foot flat on the ground, push the knee to the mat as you bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee, hand flat on the ground. Gaze to your third eye, visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana as you perform the Mula Bandha.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsendrasana. Now place one heel against the opposite hip from the outside as you step the other foot over top of the knee with the knee raised. Twist your elbow outside the knee, bring the arm underneath the knee and interlace your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Sage Matsyendranath and perform the Mula Bandha.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Parshva Chakrasana on the other side as you bring the other foot behind your neck and lift your body up, extending the opposite leg straight as you visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
सर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your ear, holding onto the big toes in prana mudra.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side as you bring the respective foot over across the shoulder and hook the other leg over top. Extend the legs to the side and lean forward, balancing on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh, shoulder underneath, hand on the ground, the other hand pushing the knee down as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
भेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side, bringing the other foot towards the outer hip, stepping the other foot over top of the knee, twisting your body around, bring one arm underneath the knee and hold your fingers behind your back as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now, extend one leg forward. Keep the other heel against the groin as you lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and move the retained prana up and down within your system in Jiva Chada Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring one foot outside of the hip and hold onto the opposite foot as you extend it straight up in front of your face, keeping the knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward, press your perineum with one foot as you extend one leg straight.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीविनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crownchasana on the other side. As you bring the other foot outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg straight towards your face, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Cover your feet in between the legs as you keep your spine straight, palms resting on the knees. Gaze through your nose and embody good fortune, well-being and prosperity as you visualize a swastika. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Godakshasana. From Swastikasana, cover your heels with your respective hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and stick the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Exhale fully as you lock all your senses. Mouth with ring and little finger, nose with middle finger, eyes with the index fingers, and the ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of the opposite knees as you keep your hands on the ground beside you, palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka, rolling up your tongue and inhaling through the rolled up tongue as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow, exhaling through your nose. Perform the Mula Bandha, internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Rotate your hands on the sides and lift your entire body off the mat, balancing as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Now place your hands in between the thighs and calves, hands flat on the mat. Don't lift your body up, stay seated, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो वो गोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From the same position, push your body off the mat and balance above as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Gaze to your nose. Keep breathing in Kakachandra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Push your hands behind as you lean forward, interlocking your fingers in Parasha Mudra. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन धीमाई करी धरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bring your hands up and hold on to the respective shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for centuries. Perform the Mula Bandha in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
Now maintain the same posture as you tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through your nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture in Grandhi Bhedasana.
पक्षे नीलकंठा ग्रंथि भेदासनम शुभम.
Next up is Uttana Kurmasana. Maintaining the same position with the hands through the thighs and calves, roll onto your back and embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose. Perform the Mula Bandha.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्तम कराभ्याम धृत गंधरम.
Next up is Pangu Kukkutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands in between the thighs and calves. Keep one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist as you raise your body off the mat and visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य परिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand flat on the ground as you hold its wrist and lift your body up again, repeating Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य परिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers in Parusha Mudra as you rest your chin on the knuckles, press your thumbs to the throat and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानो व्यक्त संस्थितौ.
The next asana is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, place your hands on top of each other with the palms facing up. Gaze through your nose, engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विधाय विधिवत शक्ति स्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the knees. Gaze through your nose, visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, keep one hand on top of the knee and hook the other hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate the toe round and round, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Repeat the movement on the other side.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your hands behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and engage all three bandhas, still breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Maintain the same posture as you raise your chest up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Riddhasana.
ऊरुभ्याम् उपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagarasana. From the same position, roll onto your back, onto your arms. Try to hold onto your big toes if you can. Otherwise, just lay on the arms crossed behind your back. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को उठाने, दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and lift your feet off the ground as you embrace your knees and pull them towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you lay on your back with the knees raised, feet flat on the ground, interlock your fingers behind your neck. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you gaze through the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन्य करावे, घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Mardukata Pitasana. As you lift your hips, place your hands with the palms facing up underneath the heels. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape as you breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged while exhaling.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Keep breathing in Murcha Kumbhaka as you place your hands to the hips and lift your hips up high, extending your legs straight, toes pointing. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as your elbows bear the weight of your body in Uttana Shikhipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. As you lie supine, raise your legs up straight. Place your hands flat on the mat, helping you balance in this position. As you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Naraka Loka unscathed, keep breathing in Murcha Kumbhaka.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Keep your legs straight and then lower them down and anchor them, keeping your core engaged as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
Next up is Dvajasana. Place your hands back on the mat. Be straight like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Slowly lower your body down to the mat. Keep your hands by the sides of the hips, palms facing up in Mritasana. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra, pulling the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, all the way to the Sahasrara Chakra. Relax, unclutch from any movements, internally or externally, as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest as you rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable cross-legged position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, or 308 asanas of this sequence. Preparing ourselves for the darshan tonight to hold the immense amount of energy. Now let us move on to the power manifestation session, bolting the energy into our systems, making the transformation last as we manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Let us now close this Nithyananda Yoga session with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra.
पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुगदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham participants who are being seated here with us for the exciting 21 minutes of the power manifestation. Now we'll be entering with the power manifestation. Please be ready and please be seated. Please be seated. Make sure you're turning on your cameras. Today we're going to be manifesting the power of third eye. To be more specific and to be more unique, today it's going to be something like a game for all the participants. We're going to be manifesting the power of third eye today. It's going to be again 3 different rounds. Please be seated. Right after the Nityananda Yoga, the performance of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let us all get ready for the exciting power manifestation. Let's give a few minutes for all the participants to please be seated. Please bring your eye bands, pen and paper, and please be seated. As now we are going to enter to the power manifestation. If you don't have an eye band, just even bringing a cloth, it's fine. Something to blindfold yourself, something to close your eyes. Please bring that and please be seated for this power manifestation. Do not blindfold yourself now. We have a lot to go today, and there will be a lot different. It's going to be completely different today. Out of the previous days, previous 8 to 9 days which we had the power manifestation, today it's going to be completely different. It's going to be similar like a game. So let us all get ready for that, for the power manifestation, and it's going to be 3 different rounds of the power manifestation today. Please be seated. Hope all the participants are able to hear. Again, as a gentle reminder, before we enter, please turn on your cameras and please keep your eye bands ready, and please give your intense participation for the next 21 minutes of the exciting power manifestation today. Yes, now we'll be entering to the Shastra Pramana, the reading out the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye. I'll be reciting the Shastra Pramana. Why we should recite the Shastra Pramana? Many of the participants may have a doubt, or maybe I have clarified it yesterday as well. Today I am going to be repeating it again, why we are actually reciting the Shastra Pramana before every power manifestation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, very beautifully tells that when you recite the Shastra Pramana, these verses, which is not just an ordinary verse, but directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself about each and specific powers which are manifesting every day throughout the sessions. The first power which we are going to manifest for the first power manifestation is the power of third eye. For it to be validated, to be told, to be mentioned to the whole world that these power manifestations are real and can be manifested just by an initiation. It can be a word, it can be just a blessings, or it can be even a look or a physical touch of the Master. For all of us, Swamiji himself. In a very beautiful one quote, I can tell the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells that I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove that all of you are God. So that is why this power manifestation science is being taught, for us to take us from the conscious breakthrough to super conscious breakthrough. This Shastra Pramana is shown to validate all whatever actions we are doing, including we are eating, sitting, now listening to this class, waiting for the next session, taking our eye bands, keeping it ready. Every single thing has a Shastra Pramana revealed in the Vedas and Agamas. Now in this such power manifestation, the power of third eye today, we have the Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. I will be reciting the verse and the translation for it, and then we can enter to the power manifestation. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodhadyad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. This is a verse revealed by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The translation for this verse is, please listen carefully. By fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having their eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva himself. Yes, so this is the verse and the translation for the Shastra Pramana, the power of third eye today. Now please be seated. Do not blindfold yourself. We have not yet started the round 1 yet. I am going to be introducing how the round 1 is going to be. It's going to be completely exciting today. So please be ready. I'll just give a few more seconds for all the participants to please be seated. Fix your camera properly and keep your eye bands ready as well. Today it's going to be again letters like the previous 2 days. We're going to be manifesting completely different. It's not as you think. It's going to be today. We're going to manifest again letters. So please be ready. Please be seated. Requesting all the participants listening and participation. Please be seated. Let's give few seconds again for that. As I mentioned earlier, today we are going to be playing a game similar like a type of a game. It's going to be completely fun. Please be ready for the round 1 of the power manifestation. I hope all the participants are waiting for that. Let's see how it's going to be. So now let's take few seconds. It's going to be very few seconds. I think so 10-15 seconds. Look at the picture which is there in front of you. Those are very different letters are there. May look similar, may not look similar as well. choose the letters as you wish. You can just see what is the letter which is coming into your mind. Let's do that for a few seconds. I'm just giving maybe 10-15 seconds. So let's see what is the letter which is coming to your mind. Choose one letter. Now you can see in the side of the screen, that's going to be the round 1 of the power manifestation. Just see what letter. You can see all these letters are there. From these letters, I'll be choosing any one of these letters. Okay, do not close your eyes. Just see what is the letter which you can see in front of you. Let's give a few seconds. Hope all the participants are able to see. If you are able to see, you can give a thumbs up as well on the camera. From these letters, I'll be choosing any one of the letters and projecting it to all of you. Okay, good. So all the participants are able to see. Okay, the time is up. Now we'll move on to the next slide. Please put on your eye bands. Please keep your eyes blindfolded. Now you can put on your eye bands. Please close your eyes. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our being, sitting as Paramashiva, the Paramashiva component in ourself, reverberating with that very space. Now whatever letter which you have seen, I'll be choosing any one of those letters. Some of the participants may have been thinking these are similar letters or these are same letters. Who knows what he is going to choose? It doesn't matter. Just take it as a fun. Take it as a power manifestation. I'll be choosing any one of those letters as well, as you just seen a few seconds ago. Now visualize Swamiji. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The round 1 of the power manifestation has started. Just keep your eyes closed. Do not concentrate, do not be serious, do not focus ourselves. Just see whatever is appearing. Or even though you have any doubts, after this round 1, you can leave those doubts as well in the Zoom chat, but not now. The round 1 of the power manifestation has been started. Just be an observer. What is appearing to you through your third eye, and start manifesting it. We have a few more seconds left. Please keep your eyes closed.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. As Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply.
Yes. Now requesting all the participants, the round 1 of the power manifestation has been completed. If you can relax and take off your eye bands, please open your eyes. Please open your eyes. Please take off your eye bands. Yes. Now let's move on to the next step of writing down our answers on the Zoom chat, typing out our answers, telling what was revealed to you. What is the letter was revealed to you from the picture which I have shown before, whatever picture which I have shown, or what was revealed to you exactly. We can even type out that as well. What was revealed to you through your third eye, through Swamiji. Please type out that. Zach mode O, okay. John Dolly F. Okay, Bigyan Champion I, Raghunathanaya O, Bigyan Champion again L, Pavan K V. Okay, you can see all the participants are leaving the message. Jalan Dolly E. Okay. Srinivas C, love in yellow in color. Okay, you are able to see complete word of love in yellow in color. Okay, it's fine, yeah. Okay. The participants can see the letter chosen for all of us was the letter V in this round of power manifestation. I think so. Pavan K, yeah, Pavan, yeah, you got it correct. The letter was the letter V for the power manifestation. So even though you are able to see two different letters, you can even leave that as well. Doesn't need to be one letter, but the letter chosen for all of us for this round 1 is the letter V. Okay. Now we'll move on to the round 2 of the power manifestation. Yes, do not blindfold yourself now. Now you can see the round 2 of the power manifestation. This is the picture. You can see from these pictures, I'll be choosing any one of the letters. Okay, from these letters I'll be choosing. You can see for a few seconds before we move on to the next step of blindfolding ourselves. From these letters, I'll be choosing any one of those letters. Please see carefully. We give few seconds for that. Yes, Bigyan jumping here, you put a message, L is also close enough. Yes, it's okay. Try to get as much accurate as possible. Okay, now please close your eyes. As all the participants have seen, from these letters I'll be choosing any one of the letters. Please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself when entering to the round 2 of the power manifestation. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space. Keep your eyes closed and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The round 2 of the power manifestation has started. Please keep your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes. Just see, even though whatever is appearing to you, keep seeing. Do not focus, do not concentrate, just be in the space of oneness, receiving Swamiji onto our being right now.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We have few more seconds left. Keep your eyes closed.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now requesting all the participants, the round 2 of the power manifestation has been completed. You can relax and take off your eye bands. Please open your eyes. Please open your eyes. Yes, now we're entering to the next step of actually verifying, typing out our answers in the Zoom chat, telling what was revealed to you for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Please type out that. Let's see what's all the participants are able to manifest. Let's take this everything. This power manifestations are fun, nothing to be serious or concentrate all about. Let's see what is appearing for all of us, what was being revealed to all of us by Swamiji. Okay, John Dolly Q, Zag Medic C, okay, Srinivas Aya Z, okay, Pavan K N, okay. Okay, please continue to leave a message. Raghunathanaya, you can leave the message as well. Raghunathanaya has put P, C and W. Okay, 3 different letters. That's great, yeah. Okay, let's give a few more seconds for that, for all the participants to leave the message telling what was revealed to you through your third eye. Bigya Champion, you put a message as X, okay. Yes, now the answer revealed for all of us for this round 2 of the power manifestation, as all the participants can see, the letter chosen was the letter N for the round 2 of the power manifestation. I think Pavanaya, you got both rounds correct, the first round and the second round as well. So that's great, Aya. Let's look forward for the third round. Whether you are able to manifest this for the third round as well. So for the second round is the letter N for this round of power manifestation. The first round, the second round, both rounds you have manifested. That's good. So do not blindfold yourself now. Now we are entering to the round 3. Now you can see the round 3 of the power manifestation. This is a picture. Please see the picture for the few seconds of yourself. From these letters, I'll be choosing any one of the letters. Okay? Requesting all the participants, I'm giving a few more seconds. Please see. From these letters, I'll be choosing any one of the letters for all of you. Now requesting all the participants, we can begin the round 3 of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. We're entering to the round 3 of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed. Visualize Swamiji onto your inner space. Just be normal, just be casual. Do not concentrate, do not focus, just receive Swamiji. Feel that Swamiji is part of you. The Paramashiva component is inside you. Now the round 3 of the power manifestation has started. Keep your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now the round 3 of the power manifestation has been completed. Requesting all the participants, we can take off our eye bands. Please open your eyes. The round 3 of the power manifestation has been done. Please open your eyes. Good. Now again as well, let's take few minutes of our time going and typing out on the Zoom chat what was revealed to you for the round 3 of the power manifestation. Please type out your answers in the Zoom chat. Okay, John Daly T, Pavan K T, okay, Ramesh Munisami T. Zak Madod O, okay, Begyan Chumping, I saw X again, okay. Let's give few more seconds before we move on to the next step. Srinivasaya, what you are able to see? Okay, you put the letter A, okay. Raghunathanaya, what you are able to see? Chalaya has put a message Y, okay. Yes, now as all the participants can see, the round 3 of the power manifestation was exactly letter T. Most of the participants have manifested this round. Raghunathanaya, not clear at all. It's never mind, Ayya. Congratulations, I think you Pavan, you got all 3 rounds correct. So that's wonderful, Ayya. Able to see you manifesting all 3 rounds in the first shot itself. You got everything correct, the letter K, the letter N and the letter T as well. So that's actually very wonderful for you to manifest these powers. That's good. Good to, you are receiving Paramashiva directly onto your very being. John Dolly, yes, you have manifested it as it is. Ramesh Munisami, you put even T as well. Yes, good. Good aya, Pavan Kaya, that's good aya. You are receiving Swamiji. More and more we manifest these powers, we are receiving the space of Paramashiva. The Paramashiva component in ourself will manifest. Hope all the participants enjoyed this power manifestation. The intense 21 minutes of the power manifestation. We'll be having many of these interesting sessions throughout the next sessions which we will be having. We'll be having many multiple sessions as well, that not only the power of third eye but body scan.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. Nityanandam to all the participants, every one of you. We welcome all of you for today's program. Nityanandam, Ma Mahakala Hantrikanand, and so many of you. It's wonderful to see each of you sitting here. Ma Shamila, Ma Mamina, Masiau, Mahedi Shlak, Nityanandam. Nityanandam to every one of you. Welcome to Nityanandam Yogamalar, Nityanandam Magita Devi. Nityanandam, every one of you. Thank you for joining with us today. Today is a very, very important day. In the last 9 days, we learned so much about what are we, our individual identity, the genesis of our identity. We learned about time, we learned about consciousness, we learned about the vertical time zones, parallel universes, all of that. Yet what we are here to learn today is something very, very unique. All of us, everyone, each human being seeks to know about this throughout his or her life. Every one of us live every moment of our life somewhat influenced by this one concept. There's a very beautiful story in the Mahabharata. Mahabharata is an Purana of Hinduism, an epic. of Hinduism. And it so happens that Yudhishthira and his 5 brothers, or his 4 brothers, they're all walking in the forest. And as they walk, they're extremely thirsty, and heat is scorching, and they're extremely thirsty, and they are looking for water. And Yudhishthira, the eldest amongst all, asks, they see furthest place from where they're standing, and further away, there's a place where there's a lot of lush green. And there's a lot of, birds around, and they're sure that there must be some kind of a water source there, water body there. So Yudhishthira first asks one of his 4 brothers to go and see and tell them if they're able to, find water there. So this brother goes and he walks towards that direction. He goes there. He sees a beautiful nature, a beautiful pond, everything there. And the water there is so beautiful. And he seems so they're all waiting to drink that water. They're all extremely thirsty. So he thinks, okay, first let me take a sip of water and then I'll go and inform all my brothers about it. So he goes and he is about to take the water. At that time, he hears a voice which says, stop. Before you take the water, you should answer my questions. Arjuna is shocked. He's like, why? Who's it? Who's asking this? He chooses to ignore and he drinks the water. He falls unconscious and dies. Then, after a long time, since this brother has not returned, the next brother, Sahadeva, goes and he also faces the same situation. He goes to take the water. He sees the beautiful greenery. He goes there. He's shocked to see his brother lying dead. And he goes there to take the water and he hears the same voice. But still he takes the water. He also dies. This happens. Next, the next brother goes. Nakula goes. He also faces the same fate. Next, Bhima goes. He also faces the same fate. All 4 brothers are dead. Now, Yudhishthira, who's been waiting for a very long time, he wonders what's up, why every brother who's going is not returning. So he goes along. And when he goes, he's shocked to find his 4 brothers laying dead. And he's extremely, he's in anguish. And he goes to take the water to try and sprinkle water on them. That time, he hears this voice. Again, the voice tells, I want, before you consume my water, you have to answer my questions. And Yudhishthira says, yes, ask whatever question you want. I'm ready to answer. And the voice says, if you answer my question correctly, I'll grant you one boon. And if not, you will also have to die, same as your brothers. And very beautifully it goes that the voice asks that, what is the most mysterious thing on planet Earth? And Yudhishthira responds saying, everyone knows every day millions are born and millions die. And yet everyone who comes to planet Earth still thinks that, they're going to live forever. And they try to do everything to live forever. That is the most mysterious thing. Then the magical voice that appears is, it reveals itself saying that it is a yaksha. Yaksha is a divine being. And then he tells, since you have answered my question correctly, you get to choose any one of your brothers to come to life. And Yudhishthira says, all right, if that is the case, please restore the life of Nakula or Sahadeva, one of them. Then Yaksha is surprised, why them? He tells beautifully, they are my stepmother's son. As my mother's son, I am alive. But my stepmother's sons, one of them should be alive. That becomes my dharma. And then the story goes on that the Yaksha becomes so happy and restores the life of all of the brothers. The story beautifully tells how all of us, every one of us, come to planet Earth. We all see every day, thousands are born, thousands die. We all know we are going to die someday. And yet, we all try to make our life, thinking we are going to be here permanently. We do things, everything thinking we are going to be here forever. That is why death is one of the most mysterious subject. Swamiji beautifully tells, if you do not know death, every moment of your life you are dying. If you know death, even through death you are living. That is what we are going to be learning today.
This is a very, 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 I should say, a very deep subject. And for most of us, I think almost all of us, except if you have already been through that conscious death process with the grace and blessings of Swamiji. Otherwise, the very word death is almost frightening for us. How many of you here, at least even before meeting Swamiji, it's like you can't even hear that word. It just terrorizes you to even hear it. We are going to be delving deep into that. The most beautiful thing about this is the moment you go through this conscious death process. Today's whole day is too important, and we request all of you to be attending it sincerely, and the conscious death process will be open only on the two-way video conferencing. So we request all of you to please join us on the Zoom rooms through paramashivoham.org. You can sign up through that and join. The conscious death process will literally remove all the fears that you are holding inside. Swamiji says so beautifully. All our fears are rooted in just this one fear, the fear of death. It is just rooted in that one fear, the fear of death. If you are able to overcome this fear of death, nothing can shake you. Nothing can put you through any kind of anxiety, panic attack, or fears, phobias. All of these are just simply disappear, and you'll have the courage, strength to face your fears. So today, we are going to be learning about this. The first and the foremost thing we are going to be learning as a very first session is the session on the science of Jiva Samadhi. How to live even through death, going beyond death and eternally living, the science of Jiva Samadhi. Let's listen about this powerful Samadhi directly from Swamiji.
Science of Jiva Samadhi. Please understand, yesterday the process was only about living without food and water. Now one step further, living without food, water, air or fire and space energy. Just living without all five energies, all five Panchabhutas, living purely on the inner space, producing all energies from inner space and keeping yourself alive. When I say not taking energy from the space, means desires. Desires are the energy from the space. Prana is the energy from air. Fire is the energy from sun, the heat you feel in your stomach, Jadaragni. The digestion fire is the energy from the sun. And blood flow is the energy from water. And the mass, bone marrow, muscles, these are the energy from the earth element. Let me give you the process for Jiva Samadhi. Jiva Samadhi means all the 9 fluids which are running your body. See, there are 9 fluids as per the Siddha tradition, yogic tradition. There are 9 fluids, body fluids, responsible for running your body. They are called Navapashana, 9 poisons. Please understand, in Siddha tradition, the word Pashana not just means poison which kills you. It's like a certain high quality alive chemicals are called Pashana. But the Pashana word is unfortunately translated as poison. In English, we don't have any other word. So I am just allowing that word. Maybe I can use the word catalyst agent. Instead of the word poison, I can translate catalyst agent. The word for Pashana means these 9 body fluids, if it is properly handled, will keep you alive. If they are imbalanced, will kill you. Blood and the water in the eyes, saliva and the kaba in the nose, the 9 body fluids, the seminal fluid, these 9 body fluids are called Navapashana. 9 poisons. If you are able to, instead of the word poison, let us use the word catalyst agents. The 9 catalysts. If you are able to produce all these 9 catalysts without any input from the outer world, like desire, please understand, desire is an input that immediately produces the semen, body fluid, and water immediately produces blood flow. Each input from the outer world immediately produces certain catalyst agent in your system. Without any input from outer world, if you can produce all these 9 catalyst agents in your body, you are a Siddha who can sit in Jiva Samadhi. Means your body can be buried, but you will be alive forever. Even without your body, you will be alive forever. Understand this science? Now let me continue on this samyama. So any catalyst agent of your body, if you are able to produce without any input from the outer world, please understand, then you are liberated from that sense. For example, a man whose seminal production or the egg production, in the woman's body the egg production, or in the men's body seminal production, is independent of the desire, fantasy. He is liberated from the urge to reproduce, and his love becomes such pure, his love is not controlled by the hormones. If your love is controlled by the hormones, it will always be related to blood relationship. Understand? All blood relationships are hormone relationships, not blood relationships. We are using a polite word, blood relationship. It's hormonal relationship, which came from hormone. Whether you are your wife or the son or the daughter, or all the relationships happened because of the hormones. Then his love is beyond the hormonal relationships. Only he can radiate universal love. Understand? When your body seminal production activity is liberated from the outside desires and fantasies, you are free from the urge to reproduce, and you are now free to install energy into anything. You can give life to anything. You don't need another womb to create a life. You don't need another human body to give life. You can just make a statue and touch that, and that will become alive. That is the science of Prana Pratishtha. Normal human life, he is not only free from the urge to reproduce, he is liberated from the normal body physical actions which is necessary to infuse life into something. He can infuse life into anything just by look. Just a look is enough. He infuses life. Just if he touches, that's enough. A stone will be filled with prana, life. This is the science how the deities are installed by enlightened masters. Just their sparsha deeksha, when they touch, the energy is infused into it. They don't even actually need to touch. Touch is like one more act to satisfy the people that it has been energized. Otherwise, just a look is enough. Look is enough to infuse energy into the body or a stone or a metal or anything. Now, this technique, the samyama and the Vishuddhi chakra, can liberate you from all the 9 catalyst agent production inputs. Please understand. For all the 9 catalyst agent production, whatever input you need from the outer world, you can be liberated from all that input. You can be liberated from all that input. Understand? That's the important thing. And you can go on be producing it so that your body is, I can say that you are alive. Like Raghavendra Swamigal of Vrindavan, a great yogi, he is still alive, sitting. Don't think he is dead. It is Jiva Samadhi. He is there alive. Still his beats roll. Please understand. If you go in the silent night times, put your ears on that Samadhi, you can very clearly listen the beats rolling and that sound of the Ramanama, that mantra, that some murmuring. You will not be able to hear exact Rama sound, but that somebody is sitting there and humming or uttering some words in rhythmic way, that can be heard very clearly. I am not promoting any superstitions. I am not telling you lies. I am telling you from my experience. If you have intelligence, go and check it. Still, he is there counting the beats. He is in Samadhi, Jiva Samadhi. And the beats are moving just to prove he is in Jiva Samadhi. I can give you thousands of examples of Jiva Samadhi in India. Trilinga Swami, he will be sitting and meditating on the Ganges. Suddenly flood will come and he will be completely covered inside. After the flood recedes, maybe some 5 months, 6 months, then people will search for him and start digging out. He will be sitting inside 10 feet in the mud. 10 feet when they dig, he will be sitting in Samadhi, they will get the body out and he will just shake and come out. Ask, hey, how are you, what happened? Near my native place, Arunachala, there was a Swami, Pundi Swamigal, a great Siddha Purusha. Same way only, he will sit on the banks of the river and simply flood will cover him and the whole body will be covered by the river sand. He will be there inside for 6-7 months. After 6-7 months, when the flood resides, flood settles down, recedes, people will go and dig some 5-6 feet and then bring the body out. He will come out and, oh, okay. He will talk to them and start living. These are not stories. Pundi Swami lived just 30 years before. Only 30 or 40 years before he took Jiva Samadhi. He's a Next generation to Ramana Maharshi must be 30 to 50 years only. He would have had Jiva Samadhi. And Trailinga Swami, he also lived. He was seen by Ramakrishna had darshan of Trailinga Swami. Vivekananda had darshan of Trailinga Swami. Means 100 years before. Understand, it is not that in those days, even now, so many beings achieved the space of Mahadeva is just moving around here and there. They are all available. Kinaram Baba is one of the great Aghori, lived in Varanasi. His recorded biography goes to 440 years. Please understand. And another one, Trailinga Swami. His recorded biography goes to 370 years. Kinaram Baba and Trailinga Swami, both of them are seen even by recent day people. Ramakrishna has seen Trailinga Swami. And even Rajendra Prasad, he has seen the Trailinga Swami. They were all just in last 100 years names. Maybe Kinaram Baba may be a little older, but historical figures, not legendary figures or mythical figures who lived here now in reality. Kinaram Baba used to have a cart. Whenever he wants to go and give darshan to some devotees, wants to see somebody, he will just tap the cart and it will fly. It will fly wherever he wants to go. He will go and bless people, then he will come back. Using the physical body. Using the physical body, he will go. And Trailinga Swami beyond. He will not even move. He will be sitting here and appearing in 10 places. Trailinga Swami is the second being who had directly the mother's milk from Parvati, Meenakshi. First being is Jnana Sambandar. The second being who received the Meenakshi's prasada and sitting here among all these beings, millions of people who radiated Mahadeva's space walked in this city. So every inch, every corner, every dust is sacred by them putting the feet in this place. The very air which they all breathed. This Trailinga Swami will sit in Samadhi. Ganga will overflow for 6 months. When the water recedes, he will be sitting in the same place, that's all. In Samadhi. There is no physical, physiological, psychological rules for them. Just breaking everything. The Jagannath temple is the place where Krishna, Balarama, Subhadra's bodies physically is in Jiva Samadhi. The deity represents, see the body, after Krishna leaves the body, it floats in the ocean and goes to that side as directed by him. That body filled with the salt water. Natural mummification. Then all the 3 bodies were recovered by the Suryavamsa Rajas and they built the temple and they are maintaining it. and it's a living deity. I tell you, Krishna is alive in Jagannath. Subhadra is alive in Jagannath. Balabhadra is alive in Jagannath. If you want to see Krishna directly, face to face, go to Jagannath. Go to Puri. He is alive, living, Sakshat, Pratyakshamurti. It's a science. Just like mummification in Egypt. That is a smaller level. It is a science which can take you up to Swargaloka. Only deification can take you to Kailasa. Because Hindus have mastered this science in a much grander and ultimate way. Deification is 1,000 times greater, powerful methodology than mummification. Mummification can lead you up to Swargaloka. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva. Not more than that. You can be at the most Indra. Maximum. Not even that. All that. It's not that everyone who goes to Swargaloka becomes Indra. No. Even among that, there is a lot of competition, politicking, and then fight. That's why Indra Padavi is not permanent. Every yuga, Indra changes and all that. Now, I'm not saying Indra is less powerful. No, surely he is much beyond anything you can imagine. And he is worthy of worship and our reverence and everything. But deification takes you directly to Kailasa. It can take you up to Kailasa. Human beings should not die. When the science is available from Kailasa, why should you die? No. No death. Blessed are those who achieve Swarupa Samadhi, but at least Jiva Samadhi. At least Jiva Samadhi. Jiva Samadhi means your body will be left after you stop using. It will be there, but it will not show any of the symptoms of death. It will not decay, it will not stink, it will not go into any deformity. Just it will be there as if you are in Samadhi. Swarupa Samadhi means like Jnana Sambandhar, Andal, Vallalar, carrying the body itself. Even body will not be left. It will just dissolve into the light. That is Swarupa Samadhi. Whether you achieve the state of Swarupa Samadhi or not, at least Jiva Samadhi. Human beings should achieve at least Jiva Samadhi state. Because the science is available to all of us. You may have mind, you may have body, you may have all the other things like a wealth, relationships, but you are consciousness. Second, consciousness is the ultimate. Third, declaring the sovereignty of your consciousness. Declaring sovereignty of your consciousness. Your consciousness is the supreme, most powerful, highest, your consciousness is supreme, most powerful, highest existence. Listen. Whether the yoga you are asked to do, stretching your body, or pranayama you are asked to do, like a cohesive, coherent breathing pattern, or the puja, the worship you are asked to do, or listening to these great truths and internalizing everything in Hinduism, everything is to make you express your conscious sovereignty, manifest your conscious sovereignty. Listen. From your conscious sovereignty, when you manifest your health, the health becomes eternal, permanent. From your conscious sovereignty, if you manifest economical independence, that becomes eternal, permanent and good to you and to the society, because a conscious sovereign being will never harm society and generate wealth. Understand? There are many people wealthy by grabbing, centralizing, redistributing, not by generating. The real wealth is always generation focused, generating focused, not just redistribution or grabbing. A conscious being will be wealthy by generating, not by grabbing or redistribution, being part of this redistribution loop. So understand, a conscious being, when he declares his conscious sovereignty and manifests health, it will be an absolute perfect health. He knows how long to live and he knows when to leave. I can give the example of Paramashivoham. Even after leaving the body, his body did not go through any symptoms of death, deterioration of death. My own guru, Isaki Swami, 3 days after death, his body was just fresh, alive. My guru Kukumal asked, Bhagavan, please do Bhatmasana, we have to keep you in Jaya Samadhi. His body just locked itself in Bhatmasana and we kept in Jaya Samadhi. All you need to do is just only one thing. Complete with all the incompletions related to life. Any decision you took against the life, dig out that situation, complete it and drop. That's all. Always decide for life. You have a right to live. With this context of Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Even if you have not achieved that context, decide to live and align that context to you more and more. Because you have not yet achieved that context, don't decide not to live or against the life. No. Decide to live. Declare. Decide. My DNA, I have the authority to reprogram, deprogram, program as I want. Decide to live. And even if one corner of you has self-doubt, I have decided many times not to live, what to do? I don't care. Now I am deciding to live. And whenever those decisions against life comes up, I'll clean it up, but I am declaring and deciding to live.
Completion is life. Saying no to life is death. Swamiji has so beautifully explained to us. In so many situations, we deny the possibility of life. We deny the very science of completion. We deny the possibility of life happening. Just look back into your life. Swamiji beautifully explained right now, right? Not willing to see what life is telling. Continuously denying life is death. This is such a powerful truth. Whenever you deny life, Swamiji gives a very beautiful example in Bhagavad Gita, which I always click with. Have you all seen these beautiful reeds in the river? That will be there, the small plants, right? If a reed is against the current, every time when the river is flowing, it has to keep hitting the reed. The reed will keep falling and coming back, falling and coming back, falling and coming back. If the reed bends towards the current, it is just so smooth and beautiful. It will just flow along with the current, constantly smooth. All of us, the same law applies. If you are a stone constantly against the current, then current has to keep hitting you. But if you are a reed that just bends and flows with the current, it will just be a beautiful flow for you. If you are constantly against life, deny, everything that life presents to you, when you deny it, without even willing to look in, every moment of life will be friction for you. It will be painful. Whenever life hits at you, it will be painful because you are standing against the current. If you are like a reed, just ready to bend and flow with life, it will be so smooth for you. Swamiji has so beautifully summed up the essence of life and literally like the gist of living a conflict-free life to all of us. And this is the essence of what we should be, how we should be like. How many of you are understanding this? Completion is Kala. Completion is Kala Bhairava. And you willing to stand with incompletion is destroying, literally sabotaging what Kala Bhairava gives you. When you decide to do completion, even in the ferocious smile of Kala Bhairava, you see that compassion and love. You enjoy that sweet compassion. If you decide to side the inauthenticity, standing with arrogance, then you only see the large fangs-like teeth of Kala Bhairavas. That is a law of life that Swamiji very beautifully summarized for all of us. Are you all understanding, catching it? See, please understand, every moment, whenever we are denying the possibility of completion, just look back into your life. Multiple times, we have we are unwilling to accept, or we are unwilling to change what life presents to us, according to what life presents to us. And constantly, we fight the flow of life. We deny. Whenever we feel like, I am right, and this is what, everything is happening to me properly. I am doing everything properly. Why should I accept? The moment you start that justification, the moment you pick up that conflict, you just become like a rock. Then what happens? Swamiji used a very beautiful word, right? Swamiji said, every moment life rubs, the time rubs on you, it'll be painful because there'll be so much of friction. Every second that the time rubs on you, which is the skin of the cosmos, touches your skin, there'll be pain. There'll be tremendous friction. All the anti-life thought currents only lead to friction. Every time you say yes to life, when you say yes to your possibility of completion, it is like lubricating. And then every moment that life presents to you, there'll be so much of healing. It'll be so smooth. Catching it? Now, how many of you many times feel like, I have tried this completion too many times. I know it doesn't work for me. I think what somebody is saying working for everyone else, but I don't think it is made for me. I'm not kind of person who can sit and complete and all. How many of you entertain the thought currents which deviate you from the path of completion? How many of you entertain these thought currents? Can I request everyone to post? Where all you deny, you say no to life. Can I request all of you to please post? Understand, saying no to life is saying no to Kala Bhairava. Saying no to life is saying no to the possibility of existence. Saying no to your highest possibility. And Swamiji said, this is the spiritual suicide. Constantly when you deny life, you do the Atma Hatya. And Swamiji tells beautifully that the science of Jiva Samadhi is immense life positivity. Wherever you made decisions against life, every situation, every place that you have made decision against life, please look in and pen them down. I request everyone to please write that down. See, which are all the situations when you made decision against life? The thought currents you entertained, which is against life. The thought trends you entertained, which is against life. Whether you feel, oh, my boss is hitting at me, or you feel like, why my spouse is always firing me, I don't like it, or society is suppressing you, people don't accept you to what you are, people are not, society is not accepting you, and people don't want you, people are trying to put you down. Wherever you felt anything against life, understand, every decision where you make a statement saying, okay, I don't want to listen, I don't want to do this, I don't want people all, I think people are all against me. All these thought currents that you create, all these decisions against life is like standing against the army of Kala Bhairava. Nobody can win. Like Swamiji said, even if you bring the whole 7 billion people on planet Earth and stand, nobody can stand that one glare of Kala Bhairava's, just one look. And you siding by life negativity is what Kala Bhairava hates. Just look in, pen down. Pen down all the situations in life where you denied completion. You said no to life. I request every one of you to take a few minutes, write down. Every exercise today is directly going to be helping you to work, prepare yourself to receive the death process initiation. So we request all of you to pen down sincerely. Please relax. Hope all of you have finished writing now. Alright. Now, understand, never deny the possibility of completion in life. Don't deny the possibility of completion in life. Many times, Lakshmi is saying, I see that out of incompletions, I decided against life. Understand, Swamiji tells, please listen to this very carefully. Every time you deny life, you create that space where all diseases start manifesting in you. Listen very carefully. Multiple times deciding against life becomes cancer for us. It's a very, very important revelation to the humanity. If the people, anyone that is constantly against life, we all think it's okay to tell, you know what, I wish I die, I don't want this. Constantly denying life is atmahatya, suicide. Constantly deciding against life is spiritual suicide. Ma Lucy has posted, Nithyananda ma, just in from YouTube as okay. So ma Lucy has posted about your earlier question. Yes ma, I have been in life negative about my difficulties in fully doing completion, but I'm not giving up. So I guess I'm still life positive in that aspect. See ma, any time where you make a declaration that life is not going to support, for example, you declare, I can't handle this. I tried completing. It is not going to work for me. Why should I do? I'm not going to do. All these declarations that you make, ma, all of them are life negative. Anytime you decide, you try to convince yourself that the life cannot be. Have you seen many times we make statements, even if it is casually, we say, I don't think life will ever change. This is what is life. Life will never change. I'm just going to be stuck with this. All these type of statements that we utter to ourselves is life negative. Madonna is asking, I feel guilt after I realize that I made a mistake. Is guilt life negative response? How do I say yes to life when I make mistakes? Very beautiful question, Madonna. It's a very important understanding to have. Swamiji, actually, one of them had asked Swamiji this. Swamiji precisely addressed this point. Seema, guilt is the original sin. Guilt is life negativity. Let me define what is guilt. Let's say you make a mistake. I'll give you all a proper example. You know smoking is wrong. Smoking is harmful to health. Smoking is going to be addictive. But something happens. You decide to go. You want to try it just for that kick. You go pick up the cigarette and you smoke. Okay? After you smoke the first time, you go through a guilt. You feel like, oh God, I should have not smoked. You know, I don't know, I should have not smoked. I feel so bad now. I should have not picked up the smoke. That was so uncontrollable for me. Guilt is a cunning way where your mind makes you feel, oh, I could have done nothing else. This is what I am. That this is what I am statement you make is what is guilt. And Swamiji tells, actually, guilt is the thing that will make you, if you feel guilty about something, then be clear you're going to repeat it again. Because the guilt, that cunning statement that we all will make, it is a cunningness to all of us. I'm not saying anyone in particular. Every one of us has this guilt, which is a very cunning way we put ourselves back. We start feeling, look, I can do nothing. It is not in my control. I keep doing this mistake. I feel very bad about it. Again, you'll go and pick up the cigarette and you will smoke. Guilt is the original sin. If you are guilty about something, be clear in your future, you are going to repeat that same mistake again. Then you may ask, okay, if I do a mistake and I realize, what should I do about it? Realizing your mistake means you own up and you take responsibility for it. Guilt is not you taking responsibility. When you're guilty, you do not take responsibility. Just revisit all the situations you feel guilty about. Let's say you fight with someone. In anger, you just beat up someone and you feel bad about it later, but you don't take responsibility for it. If you take responsibility, there's no more guilt because you're taking responsibility to repair it, to do the damage repair. There's a vast difference. Guilt, that is why Swamiji calls guilt is the original sin, the only sin. Because every time you feel guilty, every time you build guilt in you, you constantly put yourself back to a justification for yourself saying, you know what, I think I'm going to do. Let's say you gave a commitment to Swamiji, you withdrew, okay? You did not follow the commitment, you feel guilty. But you know what that guilt will make you do? That same guilt. I have seen so many people who will come, who will commit, who will take up the lifestyle, and then they'll just drop and go away in between. They'll give a commitment and they'll just drop and go away in between. But if they really feel bad, if they really feel like I have done a big, it is a big this thing from my side to have just left and come like that, and I dumped my commitment, I did not keep up my commitment to Swamiji. If you really felt bad about it, if you feel that what you did is not right, it is a non-integrity to the Guru, then what will you do? You will take responsibility. You will come back and do the prayaschitta. That is why in Hinduism, that is why in Kailasa, we have no punishments. We only have prayaschitta, where each person, when we realize we have done a mess, we have done a non-integrity, we go back and see how we can rebuild the destruction that has happened. Even that way, Hinduism is extremely life positive. We do not say, oh, I feel bad, and you know what, I have done this. So what many times what we do, we cunningly start telling, oh, I gave a commitment to Swamiji, I didn't follow it. So what to do? See, that's all I am. I should never go in front of Swamiji. What do you think you're doing? You are only justifying your violence in that situation. So many times, everyone who feels, society makes us think like, if you're not feeling guilty, you're doing something wrong. No, if you're feeling guilty, you're doing wrong to yourself. Never put yourself into guilt. Always take responsibility and do the prayaschitta. Swamiji will always tell that. Take responsibility and do the prayaschitta. Your guilt is of no use to you or to life. Guilt is a very cunning way we all justify saying, I have done, I don't know what can be done about it. It is like you go, you destroy something, you damage someone, and then you come back and say, oh, sorry, what can I do? I feel very guilty about it. That attitude is what is guilt. Understand, guilt is the way we all justify cunningly, we all justify our violence. So never think guilt is the right thing to have. Guilt will never make you transform in life. Swamiji will tell, if anyone feels guilty about what they did, be sure they're going to repeat it again in the future. If anyone feels really for you to repent what you did, you taking responsibility is the solution. Madonna, does this answer your question? It is for all of us. Actually, anytime, whenever we feel guilty, right? Swamiji will tell that. Be sure you're going to repeat it again. Don't think guilt is something right, because society instills so much of hypocrisy in us. Oh, I feel very bad for you. I'm so sorry. I feel very guilty. That guilt is extremely superficial. Even inside us, we're all trained to think that way. See, it's not that all of us consciously decide, but that is a cunningness of the mind. The real way is every time you feel, let's say, Ma, you did something wrong. Okay. Next time onwards, do a prayaschitta. Means take responsibility to go and rebuild the commitment which you dropped. Take responsibility to go back and rebuild. That is really repenting for what you did and coming back. That is the right approach. Okay. Great. Hope this answered your question. Now, everything that you decide against life, where you decide it is not possible, and all the decisions that you make from anger, which is all anti-life, all of them will only instill violence in you. And as long as you do not complete that violence, we will go on be repeating it in the future. That is a law of life. So let us all drop denying life, and let us not show that violence in the name of guilt. The real way is to rebuild through prayasthita. It's the most life positive decision you can make. In Hinduism, we don't have this concept of, oh, if someone is doing something wrong, go and punish them. No, because punishment only instills more violence in people. We only have the concept of prayasthita, where if they really repent for what they did, they go back, they build the destruction that they caused, they rebuild the destruction that they caused. Okay. Now, with this understanding and with this decision to consciously be life positive in every situation, saying yes to life, saying yes to life, constantly saying yes to life as living, saying no to life as death. The first principle we all need to start with is to say yes to life. We will see even through death we will live. With that, let us all enter into the power manifestation. I request all the participants here today, we are all going to be learning a very, very beautiful power. We are all going to be manifesting the power of Akashic readings today. How many of you are curious? You want to know about your past, present, and future? How many of you are very curious? Like, is it possible for us to know? Is time travel possible? Or, is it real that we all can access past, present, and future? Okay. A lot of you seem to be curious. Understand? In the canvas called time, time is like a vast canvas. Okay. Let's say it's like a big wall. Okay. Now, in a huge 50 feet wall, let's say extend 3 feet, just cubicles, like a partition from the wall. Now, I make you stand inside the partition. You have a 3 feet partition to your left, you have a 3 feet partition to your right, and that partition is just put close to the wall. So, even though the wall is 50 feet wide, when I put you into a 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, when I put you into that cubicle, you will only think, when I ask you how big is the space around, you will say, oh, it's just 3 feet. It is very small. The wall in front of me is just 3 feet. I don't know what is before this. I don't know what is after this. Am I right? Correct? You will, if I put you, even if there's a big hall and it's a huge wall, like 50 feet long wall, but I build a 3 feet by 3 feet cubicle in that, and I make you stand inside that, you will only see the periphery, within the peripheries of that cubicle. That is what is the time which human beings know currently. We're all limited to our idea of the past, our idea as the future. So we say anything beyond this barrier is the past, anything beyond this barrier is the future. And we think we have only access to what we call as present. But this is your perception. Factually and actually, if you just step out of the cubicle, you will realize that there is no such thing as this wall, that wall, and this wall. All are one same wall. There is nothing. So the past, present, and future collapses into one canvas. That is time in reality. How many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding? How many of you are getting it? Great. Now, understand all of us are inside that cubicle. We're all saying, okay, I only know this much. I can only see my present. I don't know the past. I don't know the future. We're all stuck in that cubicle. Now, Akashic reading is the power where Swamiji literally awakens all of our ability to go beyond the boundaries of time. As long as you're a human being, you are stuck in the Kala Chakra, in the time loop, and you can only see the present. It's like the constantly you're inside that cubicle. You're only seeing this much. If you just step out and you see, you will see that the whole past, present, and future collapses. It is just one canvas called time. Only a person who realizes he is beyond Kala, only he can see the past, present, and future collapsing into reality. That is the space of Kala Bhairava. Are you all getting it? So today, all of us are going to be manifesting this exact power of Akashic reading, where all your so-called past, present, and future, whatever we understand as past, present, and future, is stored in this vast canvas. It is called the cosmic archives. Anybody who wills, who has a conscious will to know, they can access these cosmic archives. And Kala Bhairava, Bhagavan Kala Bhairava is the Lord of Time who has a key to the cosmic archives. And today, with this initiation, Swamiji is opening up as the most compassionate way. Swamiji is opening up that space for us to access through the space of oneness with Swamiji, for us to access the past, present, and future. With this, you can get answers to what you were in your past life, what is going to happen to you tomorrow, what is going to happen to you in 20 years, what is going to happen to you in your next life. Now, this power, ultimately, like when you manifest this, you will be able to see what happened exactly in your past, what happened in your present, and what happened in your future. All of that very clearly. But to start with, we will only be manifesting the beginner level of this power, which means the verifiable past you will be manifesting. You will be scanning and you'll be identifying. Okay, ready for it? Shall we all start? Now, to guide us all into this power and to take us all through what it is and make us understand more, we are having Manitya Shambhavananda joining with us. And let us all now enter into the power manifestation session.
I didn't see.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Ma Srilakshmi, you had asked a question I saw, which you were saying that what exactly does it mean, the past, present, and future collapsing into reality? What that means is, Ma, when you understand that past, present, and future do not actually exist, that's literally what it means. The whole time dimension that we understand is another spatial dimension at one level when you see it. You're seeing a slice of time. That is why you think it's moving constantly, it's running constantly. But when you see the time as a whole, when you're able to see it from the perspective of space, not from the perspective of length, breadth, and depth, that's when you're able to perceive the time as it is, not as some perception you have built about it. Like, what do I mean by perception? Like, when we are happy, time goes fast. When we're sad, time goes so slow. If we're really bored with something, you'll see literally that class will never end. You'll be like, how long is this class going to go on? You'll feel like the watch has stopped working because your perception is influencing the time. But when you see time as it is, you're no longer affected by it. There's actually a very beautiful story, a beautiful incident. There was a sadhu. He was the Mathadipati. He was the Pitadhishwar of a certain mat. He was a pontiff of a monastery. In his room, he used to have the walls covered in clocks. Every part of the wall will have clocks on it. Clocks, alarm clocks, watches, everywhere. Swamiji actually shares this. And the most funniest thing is, each clock will have a different time on it. He may have been in India somewhere, but all the clocks will have a different time on it. No two clocks will have the same time on it. Imagine a room full of clocks. His bedroom, the room which he stays in, works in, is full of clocks, each one a different time. He does not know which time is which clock. He is the head of a monastery. He has programs he attends to, people he attends to, various rituals he attends to. Swamiji asked him, how do you manage? Like, how do you do? He says, whenever I want to do something, I will choose which clock and I'll make it that time. See the power. He's saying that at that point, If I need to go for something, I will choose whichever clock's time I want it to be. But without missing any rituals, timings, without missing any, you no longer have an independent existence that can trouble you, that can affect you. Did that answer your question, Ma? Sri Lakshmi Kottupalli? Sorry for the technical glitch. So, what I was saying, Ma Sri Lakshmi, that you can manifest this power. Now, with the initiation of Swamiji, even in the Gurukul, when we started the manifestation, it was just initiation. We had no idea of what the power was about. But then one initiation from Swamiji, connect to Kala Bhairava, manifest Kala Bhairava within you. See very clearly the signs of Akashic reading. You're no longer there. It is only Swamiji. See, even the other power manifestations, at some level, the mind can tell, yes, I am the one manifesting, etc. But in the power of Akashic reading, you will be looking at the Atma Murti, the form of Swamiji, and seeing it in golden letters. It's like other powers, you can say that you've prepared a speech and you're coming and talking it. But the power of Akashic reading is having the text of the speech in front of you and you're just reading it out. You've never read it before. You have no idea what it's about. You just have the text and you're reading it out. That is what this power of Akashic reading is. So it's fully Kala Bhairava's manifestation, which will make you manifest the power now. Let's start with the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for this power of Akashic readings. The Shastra Pramana for the power of Akashic readings is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61, Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram stabdhatma tatkshanad devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, the Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Bhairava. When you've made your inner space, your mind, your body completely motionless, means what? You're not moving towards anything. See, in life, we're always seeing the past or we're seeing the future. When we're not moving towards anything, when we're not either catching on to the past or catching on to the future, then you fall into the present moment and you see the whole past and future as it is. Then you manifest the power of Akashic readings. In the Purana, in the Itihasa of Mahabharata, the incident of the meeting between Vidura and Rishi Maitreya is revealed, where the great Rishi Maitreya reveals the secret to Vidura of his past life. Why he took a birth in a human form and why is he suffering so much? Sage Rishi Maitreya accessed the Akashic records, the Maharloka, and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact an incarnation of Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of a so-called Shudra for hundreds of years, being cursed by Manduka Muni. So this is from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 13, Text 15, which it's very clearly revealed how Rishi Maitreya was able to access the Akashic records and narrate incidents from the past of the life of Vidura. And in Swamiji's own life, he has manifested in multiple ways this power of Akashic readings. One very prominent incident which Swamiji narrates is from his life when he was with Narayana Swami Tata, one of the gurus of his gurus, who was well known in Tiruvannamalai to see remote distances at ease. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata seeking help to find a thief for whom they were searching for the last week. So Narayana Swami Tata turned towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to Swamiji and asked him to see the whereabouts. Very clearly, Swamiji saw, and not only saw the happening that was happening somewhere else, and also projected it within the mirror to the police officer, and the police officer himself was able to see the happening and caught the thief in that same location. Another incident that a devotee has shared about her Akashic readings from Swamiji is when she shares that in the IA, in the Inner Awakening program in August 2013, when Kalabhairava did, when she asked in the Akashic readings, and the exact answer Kalabhairava said about the future manifested. She shares, at a time when I did not know what to do with my life, Swamiji took the time to help me in many ways. Swamiji looked at my horoscope and told me I will always have lots of money. I wondered how this would be since I wasn't working and did not have much money. In August 2013, when my mother and I did the 10-day Inner Awakening program, I asked Swamiji if I can ask Kala Bhairava about the Kotishwara Yogam, a millionaire possibility in my horoscope. Swamiji told me to ask Kala Bhairava. With so much compassion, Swamiji brought Kala Bhairava to us, and I asked Kala Bhairava the question. And Kala Bhairava told within 2 years money will happen, and blessed that he would protect me and not to worry. As predicted by Kala Bhairava, as revealed the future by Kala Bhairava, within 2 years my family won the lotto lottery, where the chances of winning are 1 in 14 million people. This is a very beautiful incident shared by the devotee, where she was physically, when Kala Bhairava, when Swamiji revealed the details of what would happen in the future, she was able to see it happen exactly like that. Now, we're all also going to be manifesting this power very beautifully. When Swamiji had initiated us, immediately we saw so many balasans, so many of us manifesting the power. Just a date will be given, and we'll be able to, a person's name will be given, and we can find out their date of birth, can find out some incidents from their past, and many other things like this. So now, when we are doing the power manifestation, it's very important for us to remember that while we're doing the power manifestation, when we're practicing, when we're working towards the manifestation, we'll do the verifiable future. Some questions from a verifiable future. We'll not be starting with a verifiable past. We'll not be starting with scanning our future, what may happen, may not happen, or even the past of like our past lives or something like that. We'll start with incidents that we can verify so that we can see how the manifestation exactly is happening for us. Okay? Even actually, this is not some kind of, you can understand very clearly how the power manifestation happens. All information of the cosmos is always stored. See, the laws of the cosmos, laws of quantum physics say no information can be destroyed. Even if you have a hard drive which has a certain amount of information on it and you break it, if you're able to collect back every particle of it and put it back together in this exact same way, you will still have that information, because information can never be destroyed. So then there was an issue that had come up, which is when something falls into a black hole, What happens to it? Is it not information being lost? It can never be retrieved from a black hole. That's when modern science discovered the holographic principle, which is the very fundamental understanding that we have of oneness, which what modern science sees as a holographic principle. Every point in the universe carries the information of the whole. Every point, even the small bit of air in front of you, has the information of everything from the Big Bang, from before the Big Bang, whatever has happened up till now, and whatever will happen in the future until the end. That is what is the Maharloka, that cosmic archives. It's not a book somewhere, it's not a hard drive somewhere. It is the very fabric of cosmos, the time layer of cosmos that we are going to be scanning now. Okay? So let's enter into the power manifestation session. In the first round of this power manifestation, we're going to be starting with identifying the details about an object. What does that mean? Any particular object, you will be seeing the object, and just without knowing anything about it, not knowing where it's from, what it is, whose is it, even just by a picture or by sight of that object, you'll be able to reveal its details, reveal where it is, what it is, from when it's been there, when it was made, any details, who are the owners, why it's special to the person who has it. All of this you'll be able to scan just through the power of your third eye, through this power of Akashic readings. So when you start, ensure you have a Atma Murti with you. Keep a Atma Murti, a picture, a image, a Murti of Swamiji, the form of Swamiji with you. If you have the Atma Murti, that is best. Otherwise, you can keep any other smaller photo of Swamiji with you for this power manifestation. If you have the Jnananjana Aushadha, you can put it on the Swamiji Atma Murti and on your own third eye and two eyes for this power manifestation. Now, you can start the power manifestation, connect to a partner, and request them to give you a certain object. You can get a picture of that object, that will be very helpful. And just by seeing the picture, tell your partner not to reveal any details or any whereabouts, where that object is now. Just a simple picture of that object. Then remember Swamiji in your third eye, chant the Mahavakya, and just open your eyes through all your three eyes, your two eyes and your third eye. Look at the form, the image, the picture of Swamiji, the Atma Murti of Swamiji, and see the golden letters that will appear. Whatever appears to you as golden letters, pen it down and share with your partner. as you're doing the manifestation, look at the pure golden letters, the golden images that are appearing on Swamiji's form. As you're doing the power manifestation, look at the form of Swamiji with all your three eyes, chant the Mahavakya, and whatever appears on in golden letters, just reveal that to your partner. If you see the Akashic readings, whenever the initiated disciples do, it will literally, their eyes will be moving like they're reading. Because when you do the power manifestation, when you do the Akashic reading, very clearly the words will appear on the screen. All you're doing is collapsing the time dimension by not involving yourself into it anymore, not involving your length, breadth, and depth. Whatever thoughts you may be having, whatever ideas you may be having, visualizations you may be having, or any even cognitions or decisions you may be having. You're just pulling that away from the space dimension, where then time becomes very clear for you to see as it is. So when you chant the Mahavakya, raise your frequency. That is when you're able to just unclutch. And in that space of pure thoughtlessness, in the blank space, the blank canvas of your mind, Paramashiva, Swamiji is able to project those golden letters. Kala Bhairava is able to reveal those golden letters as your path that you're scanning to you. Verify it with your partner. Once you see whatever appears, as you've seen it, tell your partner. See, even if you're not sure exactly, when you're scanning it, it'll come as pure golden letters. It'll come as golden lines on a black empty space or on Swamiji's figure. At that point, if you're having some kind of feeling like you're not understanding it or it's not making sense to you, don't add anything to it. Just as it is, you can tell it to your partner. When Swamiji did the various Akashic readings, he revealed deeper truths on birth, on death, on life, on various topics like this. That time Swamiji said, these videos, these revelations cannot be edited, cannot be modified, cannot even be interpreted, and just have to be given as they are. So now, even when you are doing the Akashic readings, bring that integrity. Do not interpret it, do not try to even understand what is appearing. As it comes in your third eye, without any fear or greed related to it. You should not feel the fear. Oh, is it the right manifestation? Maybe it's not exactly right. It doesn't make sense at all to the question she asked. Or the greed which comes in, that if it's correct, how nice it would be. I would really have manifested powers. Don't let any of these come in, and as it appears, just share with your partner. Now, we're going to be entering into a very, very fun session. We started with the power of Akashic readings. That power of time, that Akashic records, is held by Kala Bhairava, Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, who is beyond time, who runs the whole Kala Chakra, that wheel of time. In this session, we're going to understand who exactly is Kala Bhairava and what Swamiji has revealed about the greater truths about Kala Bhairava. Let's now listen to this from Swamiji.
Science listen, the principle of time, Kala Bhairava. Not just Kala or time, principle of Kala is Kala Bhairava. It means, listen, how Kala is experienced in our plane is different. How Kala is experienced in higher zones like a Devaloka, Bur, Bhuva, Bhu is ours, Suva, Tapa, Satya, the higher vertical time zones, the higher planes. How Kala is experienced, that all that put together is principle of Kala. Principle of Kala is Kala Bhairava. Kala is part of Kala Bhairava. Understand this. So Kala Bhairava is principle of Kala. Form of Kala Bhairava. Mahadeva assumed the form of Kala Bhairava and removed the false identity of Brahma and gave Shivoham experience to Brahma. Each of Mahadeva's action is considered as one incarnation. When he came out and destroyed Daksha and his Yajna, that action is Virabhadra. When he came out and destroyed the arrogance of Brahma and gave him Shivoham experience, that action is Kala Bhairava. See, at one point, constantly creating, Brahma forgot he is doing it because of the blessings of Mahadeva, with the energy of Mahadeva. See, the Brahma's Kamandalu, which is the sacred water, out of which he creates whatever he wants, that water is the Abhisheka Tirtha of Mahadeva. The water washed the Mahadeva's body. That is why in all Shiva temple, where the sacred water, the sacred bath water, what do you call, Abhisheka Tirtham, where it flows out, there Brahma will be standing with his Kamandalu to constantly refill his Kamandalu. Go to any Shiva temple, you will see where the sacred water flows from the Garbha Mandir, the Abhishekam water flows, there Brahma will be standing with his Kamandalu, because that is where he refills and creates the whole cosmos. Unfortunately, by constantly creating, he forgot from where he is refilling his Kamandalu. He was also given the 5 head by Mahadeva, but suddenly he became little egoistic and arrogant and started thinking that the The Shivoham has to happen from inside out. It should become experience and then start coming out. And this guy, out of his hypocrisy and arrogance, started declaring, I am everything. So now Mahadeva has to make him understand and give him that real Shivoham experience. So he just wakes up from his samadhi. Kalabhairava comes out. The Lord of Time comes out and just cuts that fifth head, which has become a little arrogant. The moment the fifth head is gone, Brahma realizes he is also bound by time. And he realizes that it is hypocrisy that made him feel he is the superior. The moment he surrenders, Mahadeva again gives him the Shivoham experience and gives him the place back in his temple and says, you can start refilling your Kamandalu from now on and continue the creation. And he gives a permanent place in all temples of Mahadeva, where the Abhishekam water, the holy water, the sacred bath water goes. In that place, it's called Gomukam. In that Gomukam, always the Brahma will be there to fulfill his Kamandalu and do the creation. Kalabhairava is one of the most powerful expression of Mahadeva. Most powerful expression of Mahadeva. He is the energy on which all the memories are stored. All the memories are stored. Space is the energy where all visualizations are stored. Time is the energy, all memories are stored. Cosmic record keeper. All the word documents are kept with Kalbhairava. All the visual documents are kept in the space. The space, embodiment of space is Nataraja. So Nataraja keeps all the visual documents and Kalbhairava keeps all the word documents. So anything happened, happening, yet to happen, you can just ask Kalbhairava, he will pull it out and give the whole record. And moreover, most powerful expression, easily accessible. The moment you call, he will be there. That's the beauty of Kalbhairava. A lady devotee with a mentally little challenged child goes to Ramakrishna and asks, what wrong I did that I have got a child like this? Ramakrishna says, remember that child is God and take care, you will become enlightened. Because the simple act of giving love strengthens your kala dimension, and if you remember, cognize to whom you are giving love is God, it becomes devotion. I tell you, every time you share love, every time you use love as the strategy for your existence, the joy oozes out in your being is the strength of Kalabhairava. strength of Kala Bhairava. Kala Bhairava is eternally loving, caring, blissful, ferocious, ecstatic, blissful, ferocious. Meditate on him. Be eternally loving like him. You will be just. Understand? All justness manifests from extreme love. That is why Kala Bhairava is Lord of Yama. Kala Bhairava is the Lord of integrity. Kala Bhairava is Lord of justice. All justice is delivered cosmically only from the pure space of love. Maintain the intense space of love. Paramashiva will raise you to the space of being a justice, delivering justice to the world. Compassionate, eternally loving are always kept in the space of delivering justice, giving justice. Understand? Extreme compassion, extreme joy, extreme ecstasy. Brings intense powerfulness and strength in you. Just go on be sharing smile and love to anything you see. Hug anything you see. If you don't have any object in front, hug the air. You will build strong body and heavy muscles like Kala Bhairava. Listen. Listen to this Deva Rahasya. Look everything you see with love. Hug everything you see, including the air. You will build healthy, powerful, heavy body and grounded being. Superconscious flowering. Sannyasa is seeing everything you see through love, hugging everything you see. One with everything you see. People, objects, animate or inanimate. In the cosmos, there is no inanimate. In Kala, there is no inanimate. It is a space where the big bangs and black holes, planets, suns and stars and moons evolve billions of years exist and dissolve spontaneously, simultaneously, without gap. Billions of years without gap. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. It is Deva Rahasya. The moment you understand this, your third eye will open up.
Life is not for the people who claim innocence for their ignorance, who try to claim any special thing because they are victims, powerless, ignorant. No. Be very clear. Life is run by Kala Bhairava. Kala. If you stand up with powerfulness, he will mirror that. If you stand with powerlessness, he will mirror that. If you stand up with responsibility, he will mirror that. If you stand up with irresponsibility, he will mirror that. If you are powerless, the only thing he will tell you is complete with it and get out of it. Complete with it and get out of it. Complete with it and get out of it. Feeling you are a victim is nothing but taking revenge on your own life. It is suicide. You killing yourself, you destroying you. Feeling victim-like is you killing yourself, destroying you. Understand? So many times I have seen people again and again and again think, if you feel you are powerless, innocent, incapable, you should be forgiven. Listen. Completing all the incompletions, getting out of the victimhood is living Advaita. Understand? Advaitic activism means again and again and again bringing yourself to perpetual completion. Perpetual completion is life. Life runs by perpetual completion. Life runs by perpetual completion. Understand? Perpetual completion is Advaitic activism. Constantly complete yourself. Completion is nothing but the decision to drop your past incompletions and never let them have influence over you again. That's all. Go and tell Kalabhairava, all the known incompletions I commit with you, I will complete. All the unknown incompletions is your responsibility. I am surrendering to you. And I tell you, he really responds and completes. Whenever you ask him to bring completion to you, he is embodiment of compassion. Whenever you associate you with incompletions, he is the terror. Which side you are standing only decides whether he is terror or compassionate being. He is the most compassionate if you are standing on the side of the completion. He is the ultimate terror if you are standing on the side of the incompletion. He can show the extra teeth and the smile both. He can show the terror teeth and the smile both. He is the only God capable of that. To terror teeth and the wide smile. If you associate yourself with completion, he has such a sweet smile for you. if you associate yourself with the incompletion, he has such a terror teeth for you. The terror teeth will grind even universes and swallow. The smile can create even universes for you. Always have this agreement with Kala Bhairava. All the incompletions you make me known, I commit with you, I will complete them. I am responsible for it. All the incompletions unknown to me, you are responsible for it. And I tell you, he always agrees for this agreement because he is teaching you this agreement. He always agrees for this agreement. All the incompletions known to me, I am responsible. I will complete them. I will drop them. I will complete and drop them. I will never allow them into my cognition. But there are many unknown to me. I cannot do anything about it. That you are responsible. I tell you, he is the most sweetest God. He is the most sweetest God. He is the Lord of completion. He can heal any incompletion. Not only heal, he can just make any incompletion irrelevant. He can just make them irrelevant to your life, and you means you will even forget you had incompletion in that area at one time. Is time, Kala, Lord of time. So go and tell him, all the incompletions I have about my vision, my seeing, which is known to me, I am responsible. I'll dig them out, and complete and drop. Whatever is not known to me, you are responsible, complete them. Or make them known to me, so that I can complete. Either I should be Lord of life or you should be Lord of life. No third person in between you and me. That's all. Either I should be or you should be. No unknown zone, no blind spot between you and me. Not having blind spot between you and Guru is surrender. Not having blind spots between you and Kala Bhairava is authenticity. No blind spots. Either for all this I am responsible and I am completing it, and whatever is not known within my framework, you are responsible. You are completing it. But ultimately, we are neither going to have known incompletion nor going to allow unknown incompletion. That's all. Neither known incompletion nor unknown incompletion. Both will not be allowed. Everyone who has spectacles or contact lens, today tell Kala Bhairava, go and sit and talk to him. You don't even need to talk for him. You just go and talk to him. You will see. He will answer. You will simply listen the answer in his own voice. You don't need to say, how you do in the temples. Oh God, please save me. And then you talk for the God also. Oh my son, don't worry. I am here. I will protect you. For our Kalbhairava, you don't need to talk back. You just say, oh Mahadeva, please protect me. He will say, hey, what you are trying to act here? Complete with all this incompletion. Others I will take care. He will talk to you in his voice. He is Swayam Prakasa. And alive. I tell you, life is only for the people who start thinking, living Advaita, who start thinking, living in the space of completion. I tell you, I am revealing the logic of Kalabhairava to you. The logic of Kalabhairava is the logic with which life is operated. Understand? None of your questions life cares about. You go on asking questions. Why good people suffer, bad people flourish? All those questions are from your arrogance. Life never cares about your questions. Life will not care about your questions. Life will not care about your stupid rationality. Life will not care about your illogical logic. Kala, he goes on happening. He goes on happening with this one logic. Understand? Just with this one logic. The decisions made out of completion fulfills you, and whatever decisions you make out of completion becomes reality in you. It is your decision, your courage to be in the space of completion. Only that is rewarded. The more you try to cheat life with your hypocrisy, life does not just cheats you back, it beats you back. Understand? The soft, goody-goody, hypocritical, civilized fellows go on question the terror form of Kali and Kala. Whether you question or don't question, the logic of the Kala is life. He runs the life. His logic wins. His will prevails.
Kala Bhairava is the Lord of integrity, time. When you commit to Kala Bhairava, when you connect and when you declare to Kala Bhairava, telling no, denying to Kala Bhairava, denying to life is directly denying to Kala Bhairava. So, like Swamiji said, if you stand by the truth, if you stand by completion, even in his ferocious smile, you'll see that sweet, compassionate smile. But if you be inauthentic, you will only see the terror tooth of Kala Bhairava.
Very powerful cognition for us because you know that when you stand for your completion, your life, when you say yes to life, when you say yes to completion, remember Kala Bhairava is there with you. So nothing can shake you. Arik, the most powerful Kala Bhairava is with you. That is why even when he has two ferocious fangs, you'll still see that sweet smile behind his teeth. Behind his wild teeth, you'll see that sweet smile. Understand? You will feel so powerful, so empowered that Kala Bhairava, Mahakala is there with you. I request all of you and share with us what did you have as your powerful cognition? What did you get as the most powerful click? Come on. What did you understand? What did you feel like? Oh my God, Swamiji, this is so powerful. What is your click like that? I request all of you to post.
Come on, each of you can post. Maherish Thakur has posted. He is eternal love, compassion, ahimsa, non-violence, and power. Beautiful. Can I request every one of you to post? What did you understand as Bhagavan Mahakala Bhairava? Kala is always protecting us, Ma Sonia, and completion is life, and in completion you can feel the compassion of Kala Bhairava. Sorry, and in the space of completion you can feel the compassion of Kala Bhairava. He likes us to be integrated. That's right. And Swamiji beautifully explained it. It's like a huge army that Kala Bhairava has. If you stand by completion, Kala Bhairava protects you. Kala Bhairava takes care of you. It is like you are standing by the army of Kala Bhairava. You may feel like when you look, actually when you see Kala Bhairava's form, right, you will see large fangs like teeth and, wide smile, big eyes and like fire behind him. That is Kala Bhairava. But when you are integrated, when you are standing by authenticity and integrity, you will see even in that wide eyes of Kalavera, you will see that shining compassion. Even in that big smile of Kalavera with his huge fangs like teeth, you will see the sweet smile behind. Every one of us have, if we stand, whenever we stand by integrity and authenticity, that is what we all will get. That's what we all will manifest. Actually, it reminds me, there's a very beautiful scene described in our Puranas. It happens in the life of Prahalada. Basically, Prahalada is it's a long story, something. So, basically, Bhagavan Vishnu comes in a form of half man and half lion, Narasimha. They say that, basically, Prahalada is constantly trying to be killed by his own father Hiranyakashipu because Prahalada refuses to worship the demon king Hiranyakashipu. So, Mahavishnu comes as Narasimha, half man and half lion, he comes as Ugra Narasimha, means he's so fuming in that ferociousness to after he destroys Hiranyakashipu, he still does not settle. So it says that the three worlds started trembling in fear, and it was everyone were scared. Even Lakshmi got scared seeing that form of Mahavishnu, and nobody could handle it. Okay, this is a scene. So actually the boy faints even before he could see Narasimha. This young child, he faints. So the Purana very beautifully describes that all the gods are trembling. Even Narada, who's Vishnu's great devotee, he wants to go, but he is thinking twice about going to Mahavishnu to settle him. Then Prahalada wakes up because the moment his father, actually, this scene happens that the demon king Hiranyakashipu asks his son Prahalada that will your Vishnu come from anywhere? Then Prahalada tells, yes, he will come from anywhere. Then Hiranyakashipu asks, will he come from even this pillar? Then Prahalada will point out, yes, even in this his pillar he is there and he will come out. So when Hiranyakashipu takes the mace and hits the pillar to break it, Prahalada shakes and he just faints. And so beautifully the story tells, from the pillar Narasimha, Vishnu as half man and half lion comes and kills Hiranyakashipu. So this whole scene is going on and three worlds are shaking. Gods are also afraid, terrorized of this form of Mahavishnu. They're not able to handle it. It's so intense, right? And everything is burning. Very beautifully the scene. This is one of my most favorite part of the story. When Prahalada wakes up, he immediately runs to Mahavishnu and he starts singing the praise of Narayana, saying, how beautiful are you in this form, even as a lion and as a man, how so graceful, how so compassionate you look. All the gods are shocked. They're like saying, they're all afraid to go to Narasimha, seeing this half lion and half man form. But this young kid, right, who's barely 5 or 6 years old, the moment he sees Vishnu in Narasimha form, he runs to Vishnu and he hugs Vishnu and he says, oh God, you came for me. What compassion, what form, how beautiful is your form. Even in this ferociousness, look at the compassion in your eyes, the smile on your face. The story so beautifully tells Vishnu picks him up as Narasimha and keeps him on the lap. That is why the form of Narasimha is worshipped with a child on his lap, which is Prahalada. He just picks him up, keeps him on his lap, and hugs the child and settles. That is how Narasimha settles back in the form of Mahavishnu. That is very, very beautifully the story goes. He just settles from this. Later Sarabeshwara comes, but this incident is a very beautiful one. When this, every time when Swamiji tells this, right, I am always reminded of that incident. Only when you are authentic and integrated, even in that, in that most ferocious form, you will see that sweet, compassionate smile, that loving, compassionate smile of Maha Kalabhairava. That is what is siding by Kalabhairava's army, who will then destroy all your patterns and restore you to integrity. Did you all understand? Are you all clicking with it? Wonderful. Yes, authenticity and completion. And every decision you make from completion, understand, if you are completing, if you stand by integrity and completion, by the principles of integrity and completion, you are aligning yourself to that highest possibility in life. And this is the principle directly that Mahakala Bhairava represents. Now, let us all enter into a very beautiful, very powerful one internalization exercise that we're going to be doing. Swamiji said, right, every time you feel completion is impractical, completion is not working, you are standing against Kalabhairava's army. Now, let us all take a few minutes, look back into your life. See every place, every situation where you have denied the possibility of completion. Pen down at least 5 patterns, 5 situations where you felt I can't do completion. Completion is not possible. Completion and all is not going to work for me. I cannot do completion. Pen down.
Now you can relax in the beautiful space of completion. Now, the declaration for us to function from a completely new thought current, a new way of looking at life. Opening up ourselves to let Kala Bhairava flow through us, making the power manifestation happen now. Each and every power, it is not a trick, it is not just as a power, as some miraculous thing that you're trying to do. You're making it as your life's experience. Swamiji says that power manifestation is the side effect, the byproduct of experiencing yourself as Paramashiva. It is not the goal to which we are working for. When we understand this, it becomes such a natural flow and a fun. It becomes such a game, such a happiness for us to do. Okay, let's enter into the power manifestation session. I know many people in the Sangha, probably the most favorite god of the entire Nithyananda Sangha, of the whole Kailasa, is Kala Bhairava. So connect to Kala Bhairava, allow that his loud smile, his loud laugh, his wide smile, just that space. For those of you who have been to the Kala Bhairava at Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, you know that space, that how he responds when you talk to him. Now, the same way you're going to be connecting to him and getting whatever you are seeing through your third eye. Getting the Akashic records revealed, the Akashic readings revealed. So let's start. We'll continue with the same round as we were doing last time. Scanning any object, the details about an object. Remember that you're collapsing the space, you're collapsing the time. Whatever cognitions you've been carrying, see, all the incompletions within you are just past memories, past cognitions you have been holding. Something that you have taken and projected, created that as this is my reality. Now, when you're doing the power manifestation session, when you complete, when you say that Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, I am dropping, I am completing with any incompletions that I know I have, the rest you take care of. When you're doing that, you're opening up the time dimension to receive the space, to receive that cosmic archives, the real information of the world, beyond limited matter, beyond what you think you know or you have learned, beyond that, beyond whatever you think is possible for you. When you manifest, that is directly from the space dimension. You're seeing the cosmic archives as another physical dimension. You're seeing time as a physical dimension. It's no longer something immaterial, something which you cannot understand, grasp, or define. It becomes very clear, like how you have length, breadth, and depth. You have another dimension of time where you can just play with it. You can go to any point in it exactly as you want. Are you ready? So you can start the power manifestation process. Connect to a partner. You can call up any of your friends, family. Call up someone who you think will be interested, you will like to manifest with them. You can choose any object. Let's have a quick moment and post what's the object that you are scanning for. You can either connect with your partner and do it, or you yourself can pick up a random object. Once you have done that, something you've heard of, something you've seen before, you're going to scan it, and then later you're going to Google up what the details of that object is. Something you may know, like for example, some particular place that you've heard of, something in that place which you have heard of, like let's say you've gone to a museum and you saw a particular object which caught your attention. You can choose that object and then later Google up the details about that object, the time period of it, where it's from, how long it's been there, what it's made of, all these various things. When you're doing it again and again, remember, you will see the golden letters clearly appearing on Swamiji's form. That is the Akashic records. See, the cosmic archives, we say. The whole record of the past, present, and future that can be verified, which is there present in the space dimension, but which you are not able to perceive because of your limited understanding about time. When you break that understanding, when you go beyond that time, you will be able to see the whole space as it is in the golden letters on Swamiji's form. Now, how do we break the time? Always unclutching is the answer. When you have no more thoughts, no more limiting cognitions, when you dissolve all the thoughts, which are the space, the time dimension, when they are under your control, they are no longer something that's happening beyond your control. When the mind is your slave, then you're able to perceive that true existence of the time dimension. Chant the Mahavakya and just share with your partner any details that are appearing in your third eye.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Relax.
Paramashivoham.
Share with your partner whatever you were able to see through your third eye, whatever appeared in pure golden letters on Swamiji's Atmamurti. You can share this to your partner. Tell them what revelations Kala Bhairava gave you just now. Or if you can finish sharing. Yes, Ma Yogamala is sharing that both of them, she and her partner, manifested. That's beautiful, Ma. When you realize the space of oneness, you and the other person are not different, then all their knowledge becomes yours. All the knowledge of the cosmos becomes yours because you realize that you and the cosmos are not different in any way. Now, we're entering into a very beautiful session. Today, we're having the Vishesha Deeksha, a very, very important Deeksha that Swamiji gives, is like getting Paramashiva's cell phone number. That is the Vishesha Deeksha, where you have a direct access to him, the right to call him every day. Let's now listen to the great truths and revelations on Vishesha Deeksha from Swamiji.
Actually, the Vishesha Diksha is fundamentally initiating you into power manifestation and opening the doors of Kailasa for you. That's literally the Vishesha Diksha. Vishesha Diksha is 4 reasons why it is so important. First, it directly opens your personal connection with Paramashiva and Kailasa space. Second, you are initiated into all the power manifestation signs. Third, you have personal, intimate version of Paramashiva, Atma Linga, for yourself. Fourth, unimaginable benefits, health, spiritual, everything starts with this initiation.
Understand, Vishesha Diksha is giving you superconscious breakthrough. The action now I am supposed to perform. I do not know whether the Acharyas read out Somasambhu Paddhati to you. The action I am supposed to perform now on them is taking their old life out and dumping it and putting the Shivatma, means Shiva's consciousness, from my Anandagandha and putting it in them. Read out the whole thing, then they will understand why Vishesha Diksha. Unfortunately, people think Vishesha Diksha means vegetarianism, that's all. No. Shaivam is not just Shaiva meal, Shaiva life. It is initiations you receive and few minutes every day you spend to bring yourself to the oneness. Puja is nothing but bringing you to oneness. For example, I give you my personal cell phone number and tell you, every day and one particular time if you call me, you can talk to me directly. Are you going to take that as a load work? Oh, every day I have to call. Or are you going to feel, wow, I have a direct access to him. Every day I can, few minutes, I have a direct access to him. What are you going to feel? Puja is giving you Sadashiva's personal cell phone number. He has committed to me, whoever I initiate, When you connect with him, he is committed to me, he will respond to you. I am authorized to give you his personal number. Puja is nothing but giving you the authorization to call him at particular time. And he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Vishesha Diksha is nothing but giving you his personal number, hotline connection. So every day during the puja, that few minutes you can connect with him in oneness, and he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Understand? I am authorized exchange for him. He has given me the authority. That is the reason I am sharing. One more thing I want to tell you. Sometimes people come and try to tell me, oh, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. What stupidity you are talking about non-veg food? Your body is not made for that. I am not talking from the sense of moral. If you want to evolve into the next level, don't eat poison. Vishesha Diksha demands only two requests from you. One, you need to be vegetarian. Another one, every day at least 10 minutes you need to bring yourself to the oneness with the puja. 10 minutes is too less time. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes, I know. It's too less time. Sadashiva is demanding to respond to you every day and keep yourself in oneness. Actually, I don't promote any other spiritual practice. People ask me, should I do this technique, that technique? Twisting the eye and looking here and blowing the nose, this corner, that corner. I don't give you any technique. I only ask, connect with him in oneness, 10 minutes a day. I think maximum it takes 11 minutes. Anybody who listens to my words, I will strongly recommend you take Vishesha Diksha and become vegetarian. That will really help you. You cannot compare, understand? Whether you paid some 5,000 and came for NKY or paid few lakhs and came for MSS, that is not going to decide whether you are going to continue to manifest power and live manifesting powers. Whether you take Vishesha Diksha or not is only going to decide whether you are going to manifest powers or not. So please understand, the secret is in initiations and aligning yourself to the oneness, that's all. So I have to be integrated to Mahadeva, so I am revealing the truths as it is. Whatever is said and done, Vishesha Diksha is something extraordinary. Literally the whole system gets upgraded to the super consciousness. I tell you, in my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities. Dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them,
intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally. Receive Atma Linga. Do puja every day. That is your ultimate human right and divine right. Please understand. Receiving Atma Linga and doing puja every day is literally awakening your consciousness, connecting yourself with Paramashiva. I tell you, every day, connecting with Paramashiva is such ultimate. Puja is the time-tested, foolproof, ultimate stress-busting methodology. Life of bliss, ecstasy, powerfulness. The life of oneness, Paramashivoham. I tell you. The essence of Veda, Vedanta, Agama, Agamanta, Yoga, Yoganta, Siddha, Siddhanta, Tantra, Tantranta, everything can be realized with a sincere, deep feeling connection puja. Puja is the ultimate. Especially Nitya Puja. It is just unimaginable lifestyle. We should make as many deities as possible and as many temples as possible. As many people should be inspired, initiated to do Nitya Puja. Nitya Puja makes you living Hindu. Nitya Puja makes you practicing Shaivite. Nitya Puja makes you as living my disciple. Because I myself do Nitya Puja every day. Even if I am in deep Samadhi, I get up, do my morning rituals and do the Nitya Puja and again rest in Samadhi. I may not eat for days, but I will never miss Nitya Puja. Even the people who cherish enmity towards me, they say, he somehow doesn't miss Nitya Puja. I may miss eating, I may miss sleeping, I may miss drinking water, I may miss anything but not Nitya Puja. Even when I was not allowed to take bath by doctors when I had the fracture in the right hand, I'll wipe the body. Doctors did not allow me to pour water on the body. So I'll wipe the body, keep the hand up with a plastic cover and pour water on my head and come and do the Nitya Puja. I may miss eating, I may miss sleeping, I may miss drinking water. I may miss anything but not Nitya Puja. I may miss food. I may miss eating. I may miss sleeping. I may miss drinking water. I may miss anything, but I will not miss Nitya Puja. And I strongly recommend all my disciples to develop this as your lifestyle. Nitya Puja is the ultimate lifestyle. Puja is the time to connect with Paramashiva. Actually, puja is the personal, intimate time with Paramashiva. You should always wear your Atma Linga on your body and every day do puja. Nothing like that. See, in the initial level, even if you are not able to do everyday puja, start wearing the Atma Linga in your body. Slowly you will pick up the habit. You will feel, wow, when I do puja, it is so nice. Every day you will start having inspiration and start doing the Anmartha Puja, the personal worship, personal connection with Paramashiva. I tell you, if at all we need to write in one line in my autobiography or biography, because there will be thousands of biographies. There will be one autobiography by me, but there will be thousands of biographies. If I had to reduce the whole thing to one line, what is the one thing Swamiji never missed in his life? You can't even say breathing, because many times in Samadhi I stopped breathing. The only thing I never missed in my life is Nitya Puja. Many times I have stopped eating. Many times I have stopped sleeping. Many times I have stopped drinking water. Many times I have even stopped breathing. The only thing I have not stopped in my life is Nitya Puja. Understand? It is that important. It is that important. Nitya Puja cleans your whole system, detoxes, ripes your consciousness, makes your consciousness open up in your system. The essence of Veda, Vedanta, Yoga, Yoganta, Agama, Agamanta, Siddha, Siddhanta, Nada, Nadanta, Bodha, Bodhanta, everything is Nitya Puja. A deep feeling connection with Paramashiva. And praying to Paramashiva, connecting with Paramashiva, pouring yourself at the feet of Paramashiva is Nitya Puja. All I am trying to tell you is Nitya Puja, the best way to detox yourself, to remove all the stress, connect with Kailasa, personal, intimate time with Paramashiva. Nothing like Nitya Puja. To achieve the ultimate enlightenment and living enlightenment and to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. to manifest the state, space, powers of Paramashiva, Nitya Puja is the best. Essence of Vedanta is Tattvamasi. Essence of Agamanta is Shivoham. Essence of what I am teaching, Veda, Vedanta, Agamanta, Yoga, Yoganta, Tantra, Tantranta, Bodha, Bodhanta, Nada, Nadanta, everything is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, that can be experienced through Nitya Puja every day. So, today's powerful cognition for all of you, Paramashiva is inside our consciousness. Nitya Puja is the time to connect with Paramashiva and have personal, intimate experience with Paramashiva. Sit straight, meditate on this powerful cognition. With intense chanting of Mahavagya, I'll guide you to have a direct experience of Kailasa and Paramashiva now. Sit straight. Have intense, vibrant chanting of Mahavagya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and connect with Paramashiva and Kailasa. Upasana is literally Samipya Mukti and Sarupya Mukti merges into Sayujya Mukti. Understand? Intense prayer may start as Visishtadvaita, will evolve as Dvaita and raise to Advaita and manifest as Shuddhadvaita. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. People ask me, when thousands worship you, why do you bow down so much in front of the deities? And understand, this is the secret. When you sit in oneness, you should know very clearly, even when I pray, I am you. When you are operating in relative existence, you should know, even when I am one with you, I am praying. I am devoted to you. In relative existence, always be devoted. In reality, always be one. Understand, duality is not ultimate. I am repeating again. Oneness is the ultimate truth. That does not mean in relative existence you will be arrogant. No. You will be humble. In relative existence, you will be humble. That is why I say, the Advaita I am teaching is Sutta Shivadvaita. In oneness, even when we pray, we are one with you. In relative existence,
even when we are one with you, we are devoted to you. Be humble, be devoted even to your own oneness. Sometimes when I go to devotees' houses, I directly go to puja room and do the puja. Some of the devotees will keep my photo also. When I do the arti, I have to show to all. I cannot move the hand. I have to show all only. They ask, what is this, Swamiji? You are showing arti to your own photograph. What can I do? It is a symbol of my oneness. I am devoted to that. Even I bow down to. See, you have both component. Your oneness, Shuddhatvaita, and your relative existence, to which you are going to be devoted, that is going to manifest in you more and more. That is going to be strengthened in you more and more. Kailasa is the space of ultimate oneness. Sachidananda, ultimate oneness. Understand? Kailasa is the space of ultimate oneness. And if you hear only the Shabda, you can read your mind. If you hear only the Nada of Kailasa, you can read others' mind.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam. Now let's all enter into the session on Vishesha Deeksha. Very powerfully, Swamiji revealed about what is Vishesha Deeksha and why Vishesha Deeksha and the power of Atmalinga. Now, in this session, we are going to be understanding more on what exactly is this Vishesha Deeksha and why should one take this Vishesha Deeksha and what exactly would be your lifestyle. So this is what we are going to be learning and understanding in this session. Now let's all enter into the session. Can I request all the participants to please turn on your cameras? Please come and settle down in front of your cameras.
Deeksha is one of the most beautiful initiations where you are empowered to connect with Paramashiva and Guru. Actually, Swamiji will very beautifully tell that Vishesha Deeksha is literally the space where you get authorized. Paramashiva authorizes you to be able to worship him. Literally, like actually only with Vishesha Deeksha one can it is only with Vishesha Deeksha one can actually worship Paramashiva. Only with Vishesha Deeksha one gets the rights to worship Paramashiva. That's what beautifully Paramashiva says in the Soma Shambhu Paddhati. So Vishesha Deeksha is one of the most beautiful things, initiations. Actually, Shiva Deeksha is 7 levels of initiation in itself. So it starts from Samaya Deeksha, which is what all of us received as Shiva Deeksha level 1. And then it goes up to Acharya Abhishekam, the Nirvana Deeksha. So it starts with Samaya Deeksha and it goes up until the Acharya Abhishekam. So these 7 levels of initiation consist of the Shiva Deeksha. Are all of you understanding? Getting it? So today we are all going to be receiving the level 2 of Shiva Deeksha, which is Vishesha Deeksha.
And this Vishesha Deeksha is really like a personal time that you are having with Paramashiva. Literally that whole time you are having like a direct line with Paramashiva. All have taken Vishesha Deeksha before, and how many of you have been doing the puja? Is there anyone who has not been doing the Shiva puja here? See, because doing the Shiva puja is very, very, very important. Masonya Rao, you should start doing. Today we will be actually guiding you with all the steps. I hope you all would have gotten the gift. Even last time, you would have gotten the gift of Swamiji chanting the mantras. And this time also, you'll be getting the guidelines as an email about how you should do this Shiva Puja. Now, let's all enter into the Vishesha Deeksha itself. What exactly? Ma Nitya Jnana Achalananda, you should be doing the puja every day. Actually, Swamiji started giving this initiation in 2015, September of 2015. It's actually a very powerful initiation which empowers you, initiates you, authorizes you to do Shiva Puja. Now let's understand what is this Vishesha Deeksha. See, Vishesha Deeksha is the second level initiation that bestows the right to offer prayer and gratitude through the personal puja to Guru and to Paramashiva. Vishesha Deeksha is giving you a superconscious breakthrough where the Guru removes your old life, the old inner space, and replaces it with the consciousness of Paramashiva from his own Anandagandha into the disciple who is getting initiated.
The Shastra Pramana is from Soma Shambhu Padati, which very beautifully explains it. The every ritual that we have, it is all taken from our scriptures, the Soma Shambhu Padati. Okay. And each of these, Swamiji actually follows it to the dot, exactly as it is described in our Shastras. Like, for example, this one. It says beautifully how the Guru should throw the flowers invoked with the mantra Astraya Humfatu on the disciple's chest. And imagine in the heart of the disciple the glow of Supreme Spirit of extreme effulgence inhabiting the subtle body. Actually, the whole Vishesha Diksha, right? It's a very, very beautiful description that Paramashiva gives, where every time the Guru, see, we all would have done so many karmas and so many different things which sits in our inner space as incompletions. In our past lives, we all would have done the knowingly, unknowingly, or wantingly, unconsciously, we would have done different types of mistakes, karmas. Now, every one of us are having those sitting in our inner space. Through the Vishesha Diksha, Swamiji actually replaces our being, our individual space with his own being. That is what is the meaning of Vishesha Diksha. Vishesha Diksha actually stands for that, where the Guru burns all the karmas of the disciple and he replaces it with his own being. And that exactly is what is Vishesha Diksha. So when you
Question from Nisha Ben. It's asking how to get energized Atmalinga. So today we'll be actually giving you a sign up form for you where you can apply for the Atmalinga. And once you apply for it, we will be shipping it to the nearest temple, Kailasa temple near you, or the center near you, where you can go and collect it. So once you fill up the form today, you can go ahead and collect it. So all of you, whoever is getting Vishesha Diksha today, all of you can get your Atmalinga from your nearest Kailasas. We will also be emailing the contact information of your nearest Kailasas to all of you.
shared that Swamiji told us he never misses doing daily puja, even if traveling. So I have tried to do the same. Huge difference. I feel the more often and regularly I do it. Very beautiful, ma. Actually, every one of us, whenever we do the puja is literally like the stress buster. And when you offer the puja to Paramashiva, it's only with Vishesha Diksha you become eligible to offer that puja to Paramashiva. And like this Shastra's Pramanas beautifully describes, the definition of Shiva Diksha is where Paramashiva makes you eligible to become him. And there's a proper procedure described in the Somashambhu Paddhati, where they say you have to invoke Parashakti and Paramashiva, Vagishwari and Vagishwara in the fire. And the Guru knocks the heart of the disciple with the flower, visualizes the consciousness sparkling as a star in the heart of the disciple, enters the lotus of the heart of the disciple, put the consciousness of the heart of the disciple on the self, the Guru's lotus of the heart. Keep the consciousness of the disciple in the fire. Actually, the Vishesha Diksha process, right, the way it happens, if you see how the process of Vishesha Diksha happens, there will be a Homa Kunda. There will be like a Homa happening. Swamiji will be sitting and Swamiji will be doing the initiation. And it's a elaborate process that happens. When Swamiji does the initiation, right? Swamiji is initiating. He literally removes all the incompletions sitting in us. So actually, if you see for Vishesha Diksha, typically there's a Homa Kunda happening. There's a Homa happening and Swamiji sits right in front of that and each of us go in front of Swamiji. And for women, Swamiji will put flower on the third eye and for men, Swamiji will put flower on the heart center. Actually, this whole process, the Guru is supposed to take all our karmas into him and give his inner space into us. That is what is that ultimate compassion of Guru, which is what we all receive as Vishesha Diksha. And seeing the way how the fire burns when the disciple comes, right? Like the Homa Kunda that happens right in front, our Shastras clearly describe what type of karmas that the disciple has done. Just seeing the way when each person comes, actually the fire pattern will change. It's like literally like it'll reflect what the disciple's inner space is. Seeing when the disciple comes, how the fire responds, the Guru will know what type of karmas the disciple has done. And then he decides, even all of that, he will take it on himself and give that ultimate blessing to the disciple.
Sri Lakshmi, you're asking if you can request the Atmalinga to be shipped to your location. You can directly talk to the center coordinators or your Mahants. We will be sending out the numbers in all of your emails. You'll be receiving it today. And you can directly get in touch with them and coordinate with them. They'll be able to help you better. And Ma Sonia Rao, I remember of you saying that you wanted another Atmalinga. You can give this current broken Atmalinga and exchange it for another Atmalinga. You can go to your nearest temple and you can ask that. Maharlin Gomez is asking, why does Swamiji put a flower on the female's third eye? and heart for male. See, originally it is from the Ananda Gandha, where it's Ananda Gandha is below the heart center and above the navel center. And it is from Guru's Ananda Gandha, literally he takes his very consciousness and replaces the disciple's consciousness. Our consciousness is Ananda Gandha, is the space where all the chakras, we have 7 chakras in our body, 3 chakras below and 4 chakras above the Ananda Gandha. Now, this is the point of intersection where all the 7 are meeting and all the energies are intense here. And the Angushta Matra Purusha, meaning thumb-sized soul, that all of us have what we call as a consciousness, soul, Atman, that resides in this Ananda Gandha. So it is from this Ananda Gandha, Guru takes his very consciousness and initiates the disciple, replacing the disciple's consciousness. This is the initiation. And for social reasons, for women, Swamiji does it directly on the third eye. And then for men, Swamiji puts the darba grass on the, I think it's the kusha grass. Swamiji will put it on the disciples, if it's a male disciple, Swamiji will put it on the Ananda Gandha and directly transfer his very consciousness to the disciple. I hope that answered your question, Ma. Now we're going to share with you what is told in Somasamapagati about how the Guru identifies the quality of the disciples, like what kind of karmas the disciple has done based on the way the fire is. Telling this is how when we go for initiation, Swamiji will actually, when each of us go, the pattern of the fire itself will change and Swamiji will be seeing that and Swamiji will know. Like for example, if you all read in this, right, it says very clearly how if the fire smells like filth, if it smells very bad, right, then the Somachambu Padati tells this. It says that understand that the disciple has done the sins of land grab, killing a Brahmana, mated with Guru's wife, drunk liquor, or killed Acharya, teacher, killed a cow, or been ungrateful. If the fire is black in color and smells like burning dead body, then know that the disciple has killed a pregnant woman. If the fire is burning in rotation and circle, then the disciple has killed a woman. If the fire shakes, then the disciple has stolen gold. If the fire blasts, then the disciple has killed a child. Understand, in those days, all the types of the worst sins that used to be there, that is what is given here. And even now, just by knowing how the fire pattern goes, Swamiji told, like, even when you do a non-integrity or you're hiding something, or you have done some kind of karmas in your life, stealing, lying, all of that, the Guru will, just seeing the way the fire burns, the Guru will be able to identify. And after the homa is over, the Guru keeps the consciousness of the disciple, which is like fire sparks, and then he takes that into the Guru's heart, in his own heart. And then in the heart of the Guru merges the consciousness of the disciple with that of Bhagavan Paramashivam. And Guru reinstalls the consciousness in the heart of the disciple, the consciousness of Paramashiva in the heart of the disciple. So the lifestyle after Vishesha Deeksha. Now, right after you receive the Vishesha Deeksha, there are certain principles, certain rules that we are ordained to follow. For example, the person who receives Vishesha Deeksha will perform Nitya Puja daily along with the Guru Paduka Puja and the Shiva Puja every day to the Atmalinga. So you will be performing the Guru Puja to Swamiji's Padukas and Shiva Puja to the Atmalinga. Right after you receive Vishesha Deeksha, this Paramashiva very clearly tells that this is a mandatory thing that everyone should do. Puja. Then
the receiver of Vishesha Diksha should not partake any non-vegetarian food. You cannot eat meat, fish and such food. And the receiver shall not engage in any activities of himsa or jivas, living beings, any activities of violence on any living beings, including yourself. After the Vishesha Diksha, you should offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja every day. This is just very simple. It just takes 15 to 20 minutes. If you are sick or you are traveling and you miss puja one day, next day you will have to do 2 times. And that day's one and the one for the next day, the previous day. Yes, and we also have the Nitya Puja and Shiva Puja with all the details on YouTube in our channel. And the title of the video is projected. It's Sri Guru Puja and Shiva Puja. And we will be posting the link. Actually, all of you will also be receiving the link, the manual and the mantras in Swamiji's own voice. Now, after receiving Vishesha Diksha, there are certain do's and don'ts for us to follow. First thing, no animal meat, no fish, no egg, no mushrooms. You are allowed to have vegetarian food, and there are no restrictions on onion, garlic, or dairy products in agamas. These are the lifestyle choices Swamiji recommends, but Swamiji is also told that it's not given in the agamas. There are no such restrictions. There is no specific mention of smoking or drinking with relation to Vishesha Diksha, but would like to make it clear that Swamiji does not endorse smoking or drinking. If you are a healer's initiate, you should not be smoking or drinking. But in pertaining to Vishesha Diksha, there is no mention of smoking or drinking. But does not mean smoking or drinking is Swamiji does not endorse smoking or drinking. And if by mistake you eat without realizing something which contains egg or mushroom is there, immediately please take haritaki powder and flush that substance out of your body as soon as possible and detoxify your body. The initiated disciple should not abuse Paramashiva, the source of the cosmos. He should not abuse the Shastras revealed by Paramashiva. He should not abuse the Guru, the Acharya. And he should not cross the shadow of Shivalinga. He should not eat the food offered to Chandikeshwara. He should not cross garlands offered to Chandikeshwara. He should not abuse the person who has received the Shiva Diksha. And till the last breath, he should do the puja to Shiva, Agni and Acharya. It is with this commitment that a disciple receives the Shiva Diksha, the Vishesha Diksha. And the exemption given by Paramashiva is the children who are initiated into Yajnopavita and are below the age of 16, for ignorant, for old people, for women, for kings and for sick. There are 5 people you should never meet empty-handed, which is a child. Whenever you see a child, you should always share something. Whenever you see a pregnant woman, you should always share something. Whenever you see a beggar, you should always share something. Whenever you see a sadhu, you should always share something. 5th, whenever you see a guru, you should never go empty-handed. So these are the basic guidelines of Vishesha Diksha. Are all of you clear? All of you understood? Yes. If all of you are clear, could you all please post in the chat? Okay, great. Is the puja to the Acharya and two others same as Nitya Puja? Yes, Ma Virupaksha, that's right. The Guru Puja and Shiva Puja, that is what it is. It is a Nitya Puja and it's the same one. That's what Paramashiva himself is revealing in the Agamas. Okay. Ma Chingo is saying, Ma, you told do Pratiksha Pada Puja every day. Is it same as Guru Puja? Yes. See, Ma, Guru Puja is like a shorter version. Pratiksha Pada Puja is more elaborate version. You should do at least Guru Puja, but Pratiksha Pada Puja is preferred. Pratiksha Pada Puja is where you chant all the mantras, everything. So that is Pratiksha Pada Puja. Okay. Now we will be circulating the link to all of you. We request every one of you who want to apply for the Vishesha Deeksha, you all can sign up. We'll be sending the link for all of you. Every one of you who would like to receive the Vishesha Deeksha and you would like to sign up for Vishesha Deeksha, you all can sign up. We'll be sending the links to all of you in the chat. Who would like to sign up for the Vishesha Deeksha, you all can take a few minutes. Please sign up in the form projected to you all. It's tinyurl.com/Shiva Deeksha. Please take a few minutes and we request all the participants to fill up the form. Hope all of you had a few minutes to sign up. Whoever wanted to sign up and who would like to receive the Vishesha Deeksha, hope all of you have signed up. And if any of you have any further questions, please feel free to ask. Now, today we're all going to be having a very, very powerful process, the death process, where you're going to literally live through death itself. And to understand that process, it's very important that we understand about what exactly happens, the past, present, future, the Akashic records. So let us now listen to Swamiji's revelation on the Akashic records.
First, nothing can be destroyed. Please understand, none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. Everything is addition to existence. Every moment, every one of our thoughts, words, actions, everything just go on, gets added to existence. 10,000 years ago, what rishis were doing on the banks of Saraswati is still available in the cosmic archives as if it is happening now. Please understand, 60,000 years before, what human beings were doing in the Ganges civilization is available as if it is happening now with the 4D clarity, not just 3D, 4D clarity. Nothing can be destroyed in the world. Everything is stored. Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, will happen. And one more important sacred secret you need to understand, time is not three as you think, past, present, future. It is a small mind which cannot see things as it is, which constantly needs to segregate. For example, if you keep a fruit basket on the table, ordinarily if you look, you will look in one moment and you know it is a fruit basket and 5 different fruits are there. But for a child, it cannot grasp the whole thing immediately. It will say first, oh, banana, then mango, pineapple, apple. It can understand only one by one. Same way, the past, present, future, in Sanskrit we call it Kala. Only a ignorant mind which cannot grasp perceives as past, present, future. But in truth, it is not 3 different things. An enlightened being sees Kala as one entity, one experience, one reality. Continuously, wise men all over the world, again and again, in all religions, repeat this one truth. History repeats itself. Understand, The patterns are same. So it is not even repeating, it is rebeating. The whole life is certain rhythm with certain beats. That rhythm is continuously moving. Even the word repeating is not right word. Rebeating is right word. History is constantly rebeating itself. Because past is not independent of future, and future is not independent from the past. They are just single unit. Your innermost consciousness can just experience all three at a time. Simply, it can experience. Past, present, future. All these three are just the very integral part of your inner space. When your consciousness leans towards past, it is caught in greed. When it leans towards the future, it is caught in fear. When it is sitting with the present, it is inspired. Please understand, when it moves towards the future, it is caught in fear. That is why it jumps to greed. Fear is a wound, greed is a medicine. When greed is a wound, fear is a medicine. Fear heals greed, greed heals fear. Fear reduces greed, greed reduces fear. Greed reduces the fear and brings you back to the reality. And greed reduces the fear and brings you back to reality. Past, present, future. All three are one entity, one existence, one unity. Just with the consciousness which does not get stuck in the fear or in the greed, you can see the whole. You can see the whole. Please understand. You can see the whole. Past, present, and future. I'll give you a very simple understanding. As on now, each one of you will be having some fears about the future, some desire about the future. Constantly your inner mind will be projecting your fears are going to be reality. But your desires are saying, no, your desires should become reality. So now leave both. Leave the fight to your fears and desires. You just back out in the fight without supporting fear or desires. Please understand. If you just distance yourself from your fears or desires, even now, just distance yourself, back out, and look at the future without any of the projection, you will simply be able to see your past, your future, your present. All three of them does not have watertight compartmented separation or boundary walls. It is just one flowing into the another. Akashic records are the verbal, visual, five-dimensional document. When I say five-dimensional, I mean any incident as it is happened, including the smell that was there at that moment. The smell and the feeling of touch means the weather, temperature, visual, sound, and the emotion. All five dimensions are packed and recorded in the Akashic records. Please understand, just like a film in the camera captures two dimensions of visualization and verbalization. In the video camera, visualization and verbalization both are captured. Same way, the film in the cosmos is a space. In the space, all five dimensions, sound, visuals, smell, taste and touch, all five dimensions of whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. As the future is nothing but the extension of the past, the future is also predetermined. The major course of the future is predetermined. Please understand. In the past, people were in India, people were sitting on the floor, having plates and eating with the hands. Idlis, the old breakfast. Then, now people sit on the dining table, use the spoons and forks, maybe eating pizza. In the future, they may be sitting somewhere, eating something, using something. That may change in future, but they were eating only through mouth in the past, now also only through mouth. In future also they will be eating only through mouth. That cannot be changed. So the major things in the past or in the present or in the future cannot be changed. Please understand, when I utter the word future is predetermined, realize the freedom in you. Don't be frustrated. All the frustrating parts of your past can be changed. Only the components and the parts which puts you in restful awareness are predetermined. Let me describe more clearly. The parts which affects you with fear and greed always have a possibility for innovation. If you are affected by the fear of a snake or greed of something, those things can be changed in your future because that is not reality. But there is something which is reality, which always puts you in restful awareness, that cannot be changed. Let me give you one example from Vedanta. I know I am talking about very subtle concepts, very subtle truths. If you are a new person, new visitor, and it is too much for you, I sincerely apologize. But the subject Akashic Records is too big subject. I have to reveal the truths. Please understand. In the dark night, you are walking in a forest alone. A rope is lying on your way. The moment you see first thing, naturally, you will have the fear stroke, it may be snake. At least for a few seconds, you will be in that mood, it is a snake. And most of us, our eyes have so much of power, it will show as if that end of that rope is moving little bit. That's power of our eyes. So you'll have the fear stroke. In few minutes, if you observe that rope very closely, strongly, intensely, suddenly you will realize, no, it is not snake, it is just ordinary rope lying. Then you will just settle down, relax. First, the impact happening on you, that fear. The second, the realization of you relaxing into the restful awareness. So these two components are there in this whole incident. This falling back into the restful awareness can't be changed even in future. The restful awareness is reality that does not change in the past or in the present or in the future. When I say future is predetermined, I mean the component of the restful awareness is predetermined. You have to fall back on the restful awareness. So be free. You have no suffering. No incident in your future can destroy you. You have to fall back on the restful awareness. It is predetermined destiny of every being. But the component of this fear can be changed. Instead of the fear of the snake, you may superimpose alligator on that rope. If it's a big rope with few stones around it, few leaves placed around, you can project an alligator instead of snake. So the possibility of the projection is the changeable part of your future. And the possibility of falling back on the restful awareness is predetermined part of your future. When enlightened masters say future is predetermined, they are saying the truth. When enlightened masters say future can be changed, can be altered, they are saying the truth. Please understand. When enlightened masters are saying future cannot be altered, it is predetermined, they are saying the truth. When enlightened masters are saying future can be altered. It is your freedom. They are saying the truth. When enlightened masters are saying both are truth, they are saying the truth. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records and there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call, all souls of all journeys is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand, all the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again, thinking you will have the joy end of this action. So it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember, you did this action, did not have the joy, you will not try it again. You will not waste your time on it again. So accessing DNA code, reading Akashic record will be useful in that way for you to become enlightened. Not to waste your time on the foolish things which you are trying to do again and again and again. For example, fighting with the master. You know, end of the day I am only going to win. And even if I let you win, means you are losing the whole game. That is why I am just letting you win, or feeling that you are winning. This is one of the major foolishness. But if you have the access to Akashic record, even once or twice, if you have access to the past once or twice, through your DNA, suddenly you will be awakened. Oh God, how many times I will be doing this same foolishness? It is time. Start living, doing, and no making decision. You will learn the art of surrender. You will learn the art of surrender in your practical life. That's why sometimes I encourage few people to go for this Nadi reading. Because this Nadi reading is Akashic records outside your DNA. Sometimes it will not be 100% perfect and you will not have a trust also. Even if they miss one information, did not read properly because it is so subtle, not only the word, even the interpretation. So subtle, sometimes you will miss one information, that reader misses one interpretation and you lose trust over the whole thing. Try to read the Akashic records inside the DNA. That is why sometimes I read your DNA and tell you, then if you go and see the Akashic record and matches, then you will have the tremendous respect on my word, which I read as your Akashic record, and the Nadi, which is the outside Akashic record. From the pure space of Kalabhairava, Paramashiva is revealing all these great truths to the world. Please listen and internalize. All these truths are independently powerful and capable to make your consciousness into super consciousness. Your consciousness is the seed. It is a possibility. If you understand these great truths, it can flower into superconsciousness. The seed is waiting to flower to achieve its completion and fulfillment. Listen and cognize these truths. You will achieve completion and fulfillment, ultimate enlightenment. Listen. The first truth. Kala continuously meets your consciousness now. So the mood of your body, your mind, your physiology, your psychology you keep now plays a very important role in your whole life. If you keep the now in incompletion or hopes, that will continue forever. If you keep the now in the completion and clarity, that will manifest forever. Kala does not meet your consciousness in the past or in the future. He meets your consciousness now, in the present. So, again and again, during your present moment, be in the space of completion. Learn to bring completion to yourself, restful awareness to yourself now, and do not have guilt or worry if you have the influence of the past and influence of the future on present now. Guilt or fear is a one more incompletion that is not going to help. So, not engaging with guilt, not engaging with fear, unclutching with fear, incompletions, guilt is the right attitude. Understand the official attitude towards incompletions, towards guilt, towards fear is unclutching, and all the further manipulation of fears, if you unclutch, life will become worse. All those fears are manipulation of fears. All those multi-level fears do not have the real existence. They are delusion. Constantly invading your inner space to destroy the possibility of enlightenment. Please understand. Anyone who comes to simple awareness stops behaving agitated, immature, rough, like multiple personality, all this layered fears, fear, guilt, powerlessness, incompletion are layered. Please understand, this is the Deva Rahasya. They all do not have influence over your present moment. This present moment, you meet the consciousness. Consciousness meets Kala directly. So, any practice you do in the present moment, for example, you declare completion. Immediately, Even 2000 years of incompletion has no power over you. This is Deva Rahasya. Understand? This Deva Rahasya can empower the truth in you just like that. You can manifest Paramashiva now. Only thing, don't become arrogant. Don't become arrogant. When this truth was given to Brahma, he became Paramashiva. He became one with Paramashiva. But unfortunately, he could not maintain himself in that state. He started developing arrogance and started abusing Shiva and Guru. Paramashiva, who gave this truth to Brahma as Guru, he started abusing the Guru, thinking that he knows the whole business trick or trick of the trade or the whole thing. Then Kalabhairava manifests and removes his one head and makes him understand the truth ultimate, and again gives him back the Parabrahma space, and Brahma continues to do his responsibility of creation. Understand, Kala Bhairava is eternal compassion, eternal love. Whenever you express love, even in simple acts, like giving a smile, giving a sweet hug, without calculating, even simple act you do, the strength you feel is Kalabhairava's strength. It is Kalabhairava's strength. Extreme compassion, extreme joy, extreme ecstasy. Brings intense powerfulness and strength in you. Just go on be sharing smile and love to anything you see. Hug anything you see. If you don't have any object in front, hug the air. You will build strong body and heavy muscles like Kalabhairava. Listen. Listen to this Deva Rahasya. Look everything you see with love. Hug everything you see, including the air. You will build healthy, powerful, heavy body and grounded being. Superconscious flowering. Sannyasa is seeing everything you see through love, hugging everything you see. One with everything you see. People, objects, animate or inanimate. In the cosmos, there is no inanimate. In Kala, there is no inanimate. It is a space where the big bangs and black holes, planets, suns and stars and moons evolve billions of years exist and dissolve spontaneously, simultaneously, without gap. Billions of years without gap. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. It is Deva Rahasya. The moment you understand this, your third eye will open up.
Yes, Nityanandam. We all learned and understood about Vishesha Diksha, and now we understood about the Akashic readings. How many of you have had an Akashic reading done for you before? Who all here have had that before? Please, can you all post it in the chat? Manisha bin Patel, you're asking if you have missed the level 1 Deeksha, should you fill up the form for Deeksha 1? Today, it's only going to be Vishesha Deeksha, meaning the level 2 Deeksha. Unless you have already taken level 1 Deeksha, you cannot take the level 2 Deeksha. But don't worry, the next program, day 1 of the next program, we are going to be having this Deeksha available where you can sign up and you can receive the initiation absolutely free of cost. So you can come on the day 1 of the next program. You got it, ma? Manisha bin Patel? Wonderful. Now, what we all learned is called as Akashic readings, Akashic records. We are going to be getting the initiation to have access to this Akashic records. Not a joke, actually. Having access to Akashic record means like literally you will be able to access the dimension of Kala. It's very, very, very powerful, where you will be able to, just with your decision, look into any past, present, or future. Swamiji himself used to do this Akashic readings. And how many of you have had this Kalabhera darshan from Swamiji, where Swamiji himself has done this Akashic readings? Oh my God, it will be just so powerful. One darshan, which is, I think, almost the whole of Sangha's favorite one, is the darshan when Swamiji gives the darshan as Kala Bhairava, where literally you will see physically Swamiji's body itself will become huge. I have witnessed this so many times. Once, I have earlier shared about how that armband broke. Also, there's one other situation where like Swamiji was about to give the darshan, okay? And we all were like around Swamiji. We were seeing Swamiji. Just before Swamiji entering into the bhava of Kalabhairava. And Swamiji was wearing a Rudraksha anklet. And that Rudraksha anklet is normal. It's not even tight. It's actually loose. And it's just there on Swamiji's feet. Swamiji is just holding the Trishul and standing, like turning back and standing. In a few minutes, the darshan started. And Swamiji started, like Kalabhera landed into Swamiji. And Swamiji gives a loud laugh, a cosmic laugh as Kalabhairava. If you have especially attended the Inner Awakening program, the physical programs, and you have had the darshan of Kalabhairava, you'll know what I'm exactly talking about. Just the laughter of Kalabhairava will be so powerful. And during the darshan, when like Swamiji did not even move one bit, Swamiji is just standing, and then like Swamiji is just swaying. The body physically grew, and Swamiji's body became huge, such that the anklet at Swamiji's feet just burst open. Understand Kalabhairava Darshan, it's like a feast to your being. It's so powerful. And it's like all your kundalini will just shoot up high. You don't need to do anything. Just sitting in the darshan, you will see so much of power just happening inside of you. Oh my God, it's just so, so, so wonderful. And today we are going to be having that darshan of Bhagavan Mahakala Bhairava. Akashic records, Swamiji, when Swamiji was giving this Kala Bhairava Bhava Samadhi darshan, actually what you're seeing now are all some of the snippets taken during the Kala Bhairava darshan. Akashic reading is a record created in a space. See, Akashic records is a record created in space. Whatever has happened in time, it is there as a file. Understand, this is not a prediction, but reading from the records. There is a huge difference between predicting someone's future. See, prediction means there's a probability. So this can happen, this may happen is a prediction. But whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and whatever is yet to happen is recorded in space, Akasha. And accessing those records is accessing the Akashic records or doing the Akashic readings. Past, present, and future of all happenings, incidents are imprinted in these infinite cosmic space. Akashic reading, revealing the most complex questions into the mysteries of the cosmos, to the most personal quests of a person seeking guidance on his future or past happenings. Nitye nirashaye shunye vyapake kalanojjite bahyakashe manakritva nirakasham samavishet. Bhagavan Paramashivam says, one should fix his mind on the external space, Bahyakasha, which is the eternal, Nitya, without support, all-inclusive oneness, omnipresent, unlimitable, and devoid of limitation. By this practice, he will be absorbed in the non-space or the space beyond the manifest, Nirakasha. Mahakala Bhairava is the expression of Paramashiva. When he lands in the human bodies and manifest powers, he is named as Karupasami. Mahakala Bhairava is eternal compassion, eternal love. Whenever you express love, even in simple acts, like giving a smile, giving a sweet hug, without calculating, even a simple act you do, the strength you feel is Kala Bhairava's strength. Kala Bhairava is eternally loving, caring, blissful, ferocious, ecstatic, blissful and ferocious form. Meditate on him. Be eternally loving like him. You'll just understand. All justness manifests from extreme love. That is why Mahakala Bhairava is the Lord of Yama and the Lord of integrity and Lord of justice.
Mahakala Bhairava, with his extreme compassion, he actually guards the cosmic archives. Swamiji tells the key to the Akashic records, the cosmic archives, is with Mahakala Bhairava. So here we can see Swamiji with his Guru Mata Vibhudananda Puri. It was she, Mata Vibhudananda Puri Devi, who awakened the biomemory of Bhagavan Mahakala Bhairava in Swamiji. And Swamiji was, at a very young age, Swamiji had been initiated, and Swamiji awakened his ability to see the past, present, and future. And please understand, only a being who transcends time has the ability to be able to access the cosmic archives, reveal what is there as it is, without any commission or omission, or without any editing, altering of the records that is there. Only an avatar, a being who's transcended the time, can do that. That is what Swamiji is, as an avatar, has taken the responsibility, and out of his compassion, Swamiji is giving to us. Understand, there are 4 things we need to understand, which Swamiji explained, and we are just repeating it. Swamiji revealed, right? Kala continuously meets your consciousness now, in the now, in now. So the mood of your body, your mind, your physiology, your psychology, you keep now, plays a very important role in your whole life. If you keep the now in completion or hopes, that will continue forever. If you keep now in the completions and clarity, that will manifest forever. Kala does not meet your consciousness in the past or in the future. He meets your consciousness in now, in the present. So again and again, during your present moment, be in the space of completion. Learn to bring completion to yourself, restful awareness to yourself. The third point, do not have guilt or worry if you have the influence of past and the influence of future on the present now. The guilt or fear is one more incompletion that is not going to help. So not engaging with the guilt, not engaging with the fear. Unclutching with fear, incompletions is guilt, and that is the right attitude. See, for you to experience now, it is like, the whole time is a vast canvas. For you to experience that, you just need to unclutch. Understand, when you unclutch, the time barriers completely collapse in you. The concept of time as such is a lie. Please understand, time is a lie. There is no such thing as past, there's no such thing as present, and there's no such thing as future. Time, as you know it, is a lie. All the past, present, future merges into one point, and all of them dance in the space is reality. You may be like, what is all this? Actually, today, all of you are being initiated into that power, where you transcend the past, present, and future, and you experience that space. Ma Nitya Sadashiva has said, even Mahakala Bhairava Ashtami, I attended recently. Ma, there was whose offering also has that laugh. That was amazing. Actually, Ma, when an avatar does it, right, it's called Bhava Samadhi Darshan. It is completely different from a normal person doing it. Because Swamiji is that embodiment of Mahakala Bhairava. When Swamiji lands, he lands as Kala. And like every time I remember that statement, I get goosebumps. Swamiji tells that all those why Kala Bhairava laughs is because he knows the whole cosmos is a joke and he laughs. The moment you connect to Kala Bhairava, understand the space of Kala that Kala Bhairava is. He represents the space where he transcends all our past, present, future, everything, taking us beyond the barriers of time. So understand, all of you are now going to come to the now. Can I request every one of you for a few minutes, settle down? Please sit down. When you tune into the now, you will see the way the miracles happens in you. You will see the way the whole space happens in you. Can I request every one of you to settle down? And clutch. Do not create any thought. Do not sustain any thought. Do not destroy your thought. Just freeze. In a very relaxed way, just freeze. You don't need to sit straight. You don't need to focus. Nothing. Just freeze. Close your eyes. Sit in a completely relaxed way. This one meditation will bring you to the now. It will tune you in to the reality. Unclutch. Close your eyes and visualize that the whole body has just become like a stone. Head to toe, your whole body has frozen. Visualize that your whole body is just frozen like a stone. Do not move. Please stop any movement. Visualize even your eyeballs have become stone. Absolutely no movement. Sit in a very relaxed way. No movement in the eyes, no movement in the hands, no movement in the legs. No movement even for breathing. Just freeze all the actions and activities. Don't move. Only the idea that you're frozen should be there inside you. There should be no other idea. Just freeze. Please freeze, do not move, do not create any thoughts, do not sustain any thoughts, or do not destroy any thoughts. Only freeze. Just freeze. The only idea that should be there in you is that you're frozen. That should be the only idea. You should be like a stone. Literally no movement. Completely freeze. Keep your eyes closed. Please close your eyes. Please do this powerful process intensely. Entertain only this one idea that you are completely frozen. Visualize you are frozen like a stone. Do not visualize any relaxation from it. Don't relax, don't change your visualization. Visualize you are a stone, completely frozen. With absolutely no movements. Constantly only entertain the idea that you are frozen like a stone. Do not visualize or imagine any relaxation from it. You will see that you establish when your whole inner space is frozen. You will see that you are established completely in the space of consciousness. Just intensely unclutch. Do not open your eyes. Please do not open your eyes. Come to the now. Come to the present. Your whole body, toes, your hands, your fingers, your eyes, your lips, your legs, your arms, your stomach. Everything is frozen. Slowly, very slowly, please relax. Slowly, relax. You can very slowly open your eyes. Please relax. Yes, understand this one process completely tunes in your inner space and brings you to that space of oneness. And this process is so powerful. Literally, any incompletion that you carry, anywhere inside you, wherever you feel that, wherever you feel you're out of tune, this one process will very beautifully establish your inner space, the space of completion, and help you realign your inner space to that space of completion inside of you. So understand, Akashic reading happens from this space. Whenever you are in the now, you will be able to precisely see the reality as it is. You will be able to experience the reality as it is. And whenever you're in the now, you will transcend the parameters of time, the past, present, and future, and you will start experiencing, you will start tuning into the moment. Actually, Swamiji tells now is a very important moment, present. That is why being in the present is very important in all spiritual traditions, because only being in the present opens up the possibility for you to access past and future, because only in the present the past merges into future. So present is a moment where the past merges into future, and that is a moment when you are tuned into, you can access it. And that is why it is very important that you are always unclutching and bringing yourself to the present moment. It is only with that you can experience Akashic readings. Now, actually, you all can notice, how many of you noticed when you visualized you're a stone, you almost had zero thoughts in you? How many of you visualized? Can you all post in the chat? When you visualized yourself like a stone, you saw that there was almost zero thoughts in you. How many of you experienced that? Okay. Manita Malhotra's put yes. Exactly. Understand that thoughtlessness, that space of thoughtlessness in you, awakening that space of thoughtlessness in you, tuning yourself into the present. The moment you visualize yourself like a stone, when your eyes freeze, when there's no movement in the eyeballs, actually it's impossible for thoughts to happen. It's a very amazing, it's a very funny thing, but very true. Now, in this same space, understand, just sit like this. Now you all will be able to see, this is a technique. Come to the now. Now understand, from this space, when you sit, all of you will successfully manifest Akashic readings. Just play with it now. I request every one of you to connect to one of your partners. You're just going to, this is the exact technique. Ask your partner to give you a particular date. Like for example, let's say Ma Joyce. You can tell, okay, what happened on 16th of April 2003 in your life to one of the participants. And they can scan and they can tell you, okay, Ma Joyce, in 16th of April 2003, you were in this place and you had a party and you had a lot of friends coming in and all this is happening. They will be able to scan and identify, and this is the only technique you need to use. Being in the now, coming to the now. That's all. Just be in the now, and you will see the power of how you will be able to manifest this experience. Let us all start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
I request all of you to share how many of you have manifested. How many of you have started manifesting this power?
Now we all are actually entering into the most important part of our day. All of us are now going to be entering into the death meditation process. And for this, from now till the darshan gets over, I request everyone to not get distracted for the next few hours. Please make sure you are not getting distracted into anything else, because this process we are going to be entering into is too important a process. Now itself you can tell all the people around you to not disturb you for the next few hours. We will be giving you a break in between. Just before we enter into the process, we will be giving you a break. Right now, first, we are going to be learning about what death is. This is some very important cognitions, and it's too important for all of us to understand and cognize it. So we request all of you to intensely listen.
All the viewers watching us on YouTube, we will now be ending the live stream. You all can join us via paramashivoham.org for experiencing this exclusive death process. So we will now be ending all the live stream. We thank all the viewers, everyone, for joining with us. If any of you want to experience the death process and you also want to benefit from this, please feel free to join us via paramashivoham.org to the program, to the two-way video conferencing, where all of you can experience the death process and the initiation as well. Wonderful. Now, to all the participants that are here, we will now be understanding about what is death.
The participants, please acknowledge that you're going to be here sitting intensely and listening. I request everyone to please acknowledge all the participants that are here with us. If you want your family, friends, anyone else also to be a part of this, please invite them right away. You can send them the join link. Immediately let them join and be a part of this process, because from now the preparation is too important. Ma Sonia Ishana, yeah, don't worry, ma. We'll guide you the death meditation process. Swamiji himself will guide you. Don't worry about it right now. First, we are going to be entering into the preparation. Once the preparation is done, this preparation is too important. Even one cognition you should not be missing, because everything will directly impact your very consciousness. So I request all of you to come and quickly settle down. Maharlin is posting, death is a subject that I must overcome the fear of the thought of it. Don't worry, Maharlin. This process will definitely help you. We are going to work together during the completion process and during the whole process. I just have one request. All of you, please listen intensely. Do not sleep off. Do not doze off or get distracted into something else, because it's very, 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 very important process. Okay, so now, oh, here, okay, Masonia, sorry. You were asking it for the previous exercise. Okay, I understood now. I think I got, I thought you were asking now. But anyways, let's all get ready now. And please, can all of you acknowledge that you are going to be here throughout the process? I request all the participants to post yes in the chat. And Ma Sarika Chuni, Ma Priyatmananda, Ma Shamla Pillai, can I request all of you to please come on camera? Ma Nisha Ben Patel, Deepika Praveen, who all are here for the very first time? Please come and settle down in front of the camera. Anyone here for the very first time? See, don't worry. I know the word death itself frightens us from the core. The moment we hear that word, like at least I used to be like, I can never hear that word. But don't worry. Right now, even that, the most terrorizing part of our life, you are going to get the power to overcome the fear of it. Swamiji himself is going to be walking us through this conscious death process. So let's now enter into first understanding what is death.
Listen to this word. Marana smarana. What it kindles in you is your natural organic existence. Marana smarana. What it kindles in you is your natural organic existence. If you complete with the Marana Smarana's powerlessness, you will feel so much of powerfulness about your past. The concepts, cognitions, ideas you carry about death will naturally, intensely reflect on your past. Listen carefully. Paramashiva beautifully reveals the Kala. Listen. Kala is time. That wheel gets the bump whenever you have undigestible, intolerable, negative possibility. For example, some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even the poverty, but not sickness. Some people, they can tolerate anything in their life, even sickness, anything, but not poverty. Some people, they will tolerate anything, but they don't want to lose their husband or wife. Some people, they will tolerate anything, they just don't want to lose their son. Some people will tolerate anything, but they can't handle the prison or even the fear of jail. Some people can tolerate anything. No problem about no fear of jail, no fear of disease, no fear of poverty, no fear of losing the house, no fear of losing the spouse, no fear of losing even the kids. They just can't handle a morning without a cup of coffee. Understand, something which triggers anxiety, panic, I can't deal it, which triggers you to lose your prajna, that your existence, which just imbalances your prajna. Listen carefully. That is what is the bump for the Kala Chakra to roll smoothly. Marana Smarana will point out what is it that makes you lose your prajna, your existence. Listen carefully. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but not the house they are living. There are some people who are ready to lose everything, but not any parts of the body in accident. There are some people who are ready to lose anything, but afraid of getting imprisoned, jailed. There are some people who are ready to lose, they have no fear of jail, poverty, health, but they can't even think of losing the spouse. So like this, each one has some trigger point which makes you fall out of your prajna, balance of your prajna. Marana Smarana triggers that. Listen carefully. You all should do Marana Smarana and trigger that pain point and heal it once for all. You just have to poke that tumor and pus should come out. What can be done? Nothing can be done. When you do the Marana Smarana, Bhishmashtami is 2nd February. So, when you do the Marana Smarana, first thing, nothing wrong will happen to you. All my disciples should know very clearly, Marana Smarana will make you more beautiful. And I really want you to know, Marana Smarana will make your liver very actively involved with the life. Your whole body will become beautiful. Your eyes will become bright. All kinds of fears will rise in you. Just sit in your bed and what can be done? Yes, this is, I don't know. These are all possibilities. And you need to know, all your fears are more like a drug addiction. The delusion coming down, not like a real fact. Listen to this. This is the boon I am giving for my disciples. Listen to this. There is certain level of toxins in your body. That level of toxins decides the panic attack and feeling terrorized. As long as the quantity of those toxins is left in your system, your life will have a very cheap, low quality. Anybody can frighten you. Anybody can make you shiver. piss in the pants. Any other words you want, you can use. Understand. Mark this statement. Your enemy's sleeper cell inside your consciousness is your fears. By marana smarana, remembrance of death, consciously unfacing all the fears, you will change altogether the quality of the metal out of which you are made. Listen, the ultimate alchemy, jnana rasavadam. Jnana rasavadam will happen. Please understand. The amount of fear you experience is only the amount of toxins. It has nothing to do with reality or facts. You don't cry all the time to your friend. You know what kind of a face you should show to your friend. Show the same face to your own being. Even to yourself. Don't be a constant frightened child to yourself. Complete with it. Get rid of that identity. Build yourself authentically. The first step in living Advaita is to get rid of the... Please understand, your fear is not cute. It is nothing but your own violence which you don't want to accept as violence, because you thinking you have violence is too much. Fear is a coat, sugar coat done on violence. There is a beautiful verse by a great saint from Tamil Nadu, Manikavasagar. He sings, people who carry inside a deep violence but believe that they have fear, oh Mahadeva, let me be afraid of them and keep them away from me. First, complete with that frightened child inside. Show yourself as a friend to you. Let you seeing you bring tremendous confidence to you. Love exposes your blind spots to you. When the real tsunami of love happens in you, your whole gets integrated. When the tsunami of fear happens to you, your whole gets integrated. That is why when there is a survival threat, you express so much of energy, whether to fight or flight, for both. The speed with which you fight or the speed with which you run away, both will be extraordinary.
when there is a survival mode, because it integrates you completely. Same way when you are in love, it integrates you completely. Both the emotions, fear and greed, integrates you. If you use your love to integrate you and make your declaration reality, you are a bhakta, devotee, path of devotion you are traveling. If you use your fear, integrate you, and make your declarations into reality, you are using the path of renunciation. I tell you, always use your love to integrate you. That will be most sweet, safest path. Declarations are sweet, declarations are tasty, declarations are powerful when love becomes base material. When the love is a lubricant, will is so powerful.
Smarana. How the Marana Smarana can help you in various levels. So beautifully, Swamiji had explained it to us step by step. We all understood what this Marana Smarana can bring in us. Swamiji explained to us very powerfully what death is and how to overcome this fear of death. Now we are going to work on this fear layer. All the participants that are here with us, listen intensely. I request all of you, please come on camera. I still see many of you who are not on camera. This is a very, very, very important step and requires every one of you to be in camera. Please sit on camera now, meaning sit in front of the camera now. Ma Harlin Gomez. It's okay. Now let's this fear pattern. That's exactly what we are going to be working on. Don't worry about any of your fears. Swamiji is going to take us through step by step into working in that. So I request all of you to first settle down. Make sure you're seated in front of your camera. Listen. Listen carefully. Okay. I see some cameras on, but the cameras are only showing the ceiling. Can I request you all to also please come and settle down? Ma Stephanie, Ma Jing Wong, Ma Sharmaine, Ma Basde Nevaldas. Please can all of you come and settle down in front of the camera? Listen. Now we are going to enter into a very, very, very important step. We are going to first address all the fears that we have been holding on to. First, we are going to work on the layers of fears that we have been struggling with. We are going to write down, we are going to explain to you step by step. During this process, if any one of you may have any questions, feel free to ask us. We'll help you understand. Ma Celia, Ma Jingwo, Ma Jadashaktikananda, can I request you all to please come on the camera and settle down? Ma Gayatri Balasubramaniam, I also see you working on something. I request you to listen just for this next few hours. I know you have attended the programs before, but just for the next few hours, let's intensely do this process, okay?
And process is a very, very powerful one. Understand, you are going to live through your death, and definitely all of us can invest a few hours of our time sincerely for such an important process which is going to work directly in your very biomemory level. So we request everyone to settle down. Swamiji in this video revealed to all of us about how all the fear, the layers of fears that we carry, our core, the core of all this fear is the fear of death, dying.
Process, we are going to attend to those fears. First, we are going to work on, see, we have different types of fears. First, we are going to be working on the fear of losing your identity. All right? The very first step we are going to be doing now is, you're going to take a few minutes, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and the conversations that you had about fear of losing your name, fear of losing your fame, fear of losing your identity. For example, when your mother shouted at you and said, "You are a bad boy." All the situations trace back to your earliest memory. Not just from the reason, however earliest you are able to remember. It might even be your teacher scolding you in front of all the kids in your class. Whatever had happened, the first earliest incidents that you remember where you had that, you were faced with the fear of losing your identity. Let's say that you were in your class and your teacher asked some question and you gave a wrong answer, whole class laughed at you. Wherever you felt the fear of losing your identity, losing your name, losing your fame, recollect those situations, incidents, and write them down. You're going to sit and write them intensely. Please start the process. Every step in this is too important, so do it very, very sincerely. Once you're done with the step, please let us know in the chat that you're finished.
Now, recollect the earliest memories of your life. I request every one of you who have finished step 1 to please put done, step 1 done in the chat. If you have finished step 1, please put step 1 is done in the chat. You all can let me know in the chat. If you have finished step 1, please confirm. Okay, great. Wonderful. Now, in the second step, please pen down all the memories of your life, the incidents and conversations you had about fear of losing your physical health, fear of losing your mental health, or fear of accidents. For example, your friend tells you about how if a bus going in the hills, if it just goes too much speed, it will just crash. Or you see a picture in the newspaper and your mom tells that a bus was met with an accident in the hill, or in the night a car overturned, and you had the fear of losing the accidents and all of that because of your physical health or the mental health. Like, for example, when I was young, there was a movie where they would show that the hero gets an accident on his head and he loses his memory. After that, he gets cheated in his life, and it caused so much of fear in me. I was so afraid. Every time I would go alone, I'll be afraid that what happened to the hero would happen to me. Like that, all the conversations you have had about fear of losing your health, please pen them down. Even it can be multiple. Write down all of them. the second step. I request, if you have finished the second step, please confirm that you finished the second step in the chat. All of you could post. If the second step is completed, please put your finished second step in the chat. Okay. Whoever has finished the second step, I request all the participants to please post that the second step is done. Now, let us all enter into the third step. Listen very carefully. All these conversations that you have about each of this sits inside of you as fear. So please completely open up. You're only going to write for yourself. So be very open with yourself and write down. Recollect the earliest memories of your life, all the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of losing your wealth and all your possessions. Maybe your mom would have told you that if we lose all the possessions, we'll be living on the street. You saw one of your friend struggling even to buy her meal. Or you saw someone poor suffering in the road, sleeping in the platform. All of these caused severe fear in you about losing your wealth. You had the fear that if we lose wealth, then we are gone, our life is doomed. All such incidents and conversations, please write down, pen down. How many of you have completed writing the third step? If you have finished, please put yes in the chat. Yes. Now, we are going to be entering into the fourth step. In the fourth step, I request all of you to pen down the earliest memories of your life, the incidents and the conversations you had about the fear of losing your loved ones or the love of your loved ones. Where someone would have told you, I don't like to be with you, I'm leaving you and going. Or you would have seen your parents go through a divorce, or your mother stopped talking to you because she was upset with you something for a few days. And all the incidents where you lost the love of your loved ones or the fear of losing the love of your loved ones. Please pen down. As soon as you all finish, I request each of you to keep posting so that we can move ahead. We just want to make sure every one of you have enough time. So once you all finish, please post that you're finished so that we can move to the next step. Please continue pinning down. If you have finished the fourth step, you all can put in the chat. Please confirm in the chat if you were able to finish writing the fourth step. All right. Now we are going to go to the fifth and the last step. Please pen down all the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of unknown. For example, about ghosts, darkness, God, etc. Like, for example, your mom would have told, if you don't eat now, you're going to be taken, the ghost will come and take you away and go. Or they would have told you, don't go to this place, there is a ghost there. All such conversations you have had, please pen them down. You all can settle down. Now, the first step to understanding or entering into the death process is to understand how Swamiji went through the 5 death experiences in his life. Because we just wrote about the physical pain, the mental, the fear of losing the health, fear of losing the love, fear of unknown, all of these 5 types. Now, we are going to be learning how each of these deaths Swamiji lived through it and how Swamiji experienced it. Let us now listen to that, and right after that, we all will be entering into the death process.
The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's son, elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. He went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house. You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's the only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. If you pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy used to be dumb and deaf little. So, he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So, this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me, somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him. You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So I used to have a tremendous love for me, and my first assistant, maybe I can say, and a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? Such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. So, independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost.
I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography. I do not know whether somebody else is enjoying or not, going to enjoy or not. I myself intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents, played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted, and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I saw, I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she is not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India we had a habit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. Lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one saying, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cry. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, you know, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say, I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. I was living near a place called Varanasi, one of the sacred pilgrimage center of Hinduism, place called Ghazipur. I was serving a sadhu, old monk, who was very sick. It's a small town, a small hospital, a small ward, some 2-3 steel cot and bed and few old steth and BP machine and a green screen. You can visualize an Indian village hospital, you can imagine. This sadhu whom I was taking care, next bed, the patient was about to die. This old doctor and that old nurse, both of them are trying to revive him, support him. He was, the guy, the patient who was dying must be less than 50. So they were trying to help him. But I could see he's already started dying. Please listen. First time I saw death in 4 dimension. I'll describe as much as I can. You have 7 parts in you. Your body with flesh, blood. This is the first part. Second is your breathing. Your breathing, that's the second part. Third, you are thinking. Fourth, you are feeling. Fifth, the area you experience during deep sleep, from where you are experiencing feeling. Understand? First, this flesh, blood. Second, breathing, prana. Third, thinking, mind. Fourth, feeling, emotions. Fifth, the deep sleep state, which is called causal layer, from which all this feeling, thinking, everything happens. Sixth, the soul, your individual soul, consciousness. Seventh is the cosmic soul, Paramatma, Nirvana, enlightenment. All these 7 put together is you. Please listen. If the cosmic soul is an ocean, your private beach is individual soul. Clear? If cosmic soul is ocean, your private beach is individual soul. So you can't say individual soul does not belong to cosmic soul. Your private beach is also ocean. You can't say you are having ocean. It's your private beach. How many of you understand? So all these 7 put together is you. I could see this guy moving from one to another. First, in his body, the heavy pain chemicals are released.
How many of you experienced scorpion bite in your life? Scorpion bite. Scorpion bite. Any? Usually, if the scorpion bites in that area, for you not to feel the pain, your body will release the painkillers, anti-pain chemicals. That will only make that whole area swell. Any doctors here? Your body has a natural anesthetic methods. Do you know that? If the pain goes beyond certain limit, your body itself will release automatically painkiller inside, the anesthesia, and you will fall into unconscious state, coma. First, exactly that is what has happened to that guy. There was so much of pain in the body, as if his skin is being peeled. So much painkiller was released inside the system, he fell into coma. Automatically. The moment he fell into coma, all his patterns become alive and vital. It is like 25 kids are in the house and parents are not there. What will happen to that house? 25 violent, wild kids and parents are not there in the house. That is the way, if your consciousness is missing, and that is the way your patterns behave. Even while the kids behave, you know, your consciousness is like a father. Your patterns are all kids. When your consciousness is not there, when you become unconscious, coma stage, patterns just make ruckus. I could see his unconscious soul was kicked like a football. Imagine in this house, in this room, one football is there and 25 football players are there. If all of them kick at that ball, what happens? So all his desire patterns are kicking at him. The ball is flying from one corner to another corner. His soul, unconscious soul, which is in coma. All your patterns have a deep vengeance on your soul, your consciousness. Please listen. Please listen. I could see in that person all the desire patterns are kicking him, asking, I told you fellow, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. You did not fulfill me, complete me. Desire is nothing but the commitments you gave it to you. Understand? The commitments you gave it to you, all stands there and questions you. Why you did not fulfill me? Honor me. Then somehow that soul jumps to the next level. Next level, all the guilt, inauthenticity comes up. And say, I told you we should have lived like that, like that. Why did you do this, do this? The first, the lack of integrity patterns are kicking you. Desire. Next, inauthenticity. The guilt patterns. I can say this is the space when the individual soul feels hell. So individual soul experiences hell. Getting it? Hell is not actually separate. Geographical, it is psychological. And then soul moves to next. All the pains you experience in your life, your irresponsibility patterns, that comes up and shatters, beats the soul which is already unconscious. then it finally goes and falls into that deep sleep layer. From there, it doesn't move further. It immediately goes and takes next body. In that unconsciousness itself. So that is why you do not know what kind of house, parents you are choosing. You just close your eyes and walk. After entering only you open your eyes and see, oh God, I thought I am coming to the cinema theatre. Now only I understood. I came to the garbage tank. Oh, you are a garbage can. I thought you are a Pizza Hut. After you enter into the garbage tank, garbage lorry, you say, I thought I am in the Pizza Hut. But now you cannot change. You have taken already one more body. Exactly this is what happens while you die. Please understand, I am giving you the visual description of what happens. You do not touch your individual soul or cosmic soul, your individuality, without even touching your individual soul or the cosmic soul consciously, takes another one birth. It is like you are dreaming, without even waking up, you fall asleep and again dream. Again fall asleep, again dream. You never come to waking state. How many of you understand? That's the way body is assumed. This is the third death I saw in my life. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I am a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all I am going to die. Either I should have a death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is a small Shiva temple in one corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody will disturb me. In one corner I sat. If you see in the biography souvenir, you will see the photograph where I had the first death experience. I sat there. From there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. Still I remember the strong click was when an elderly lady's body was being burnt. I saw her, she had a big belly. The cloth burnt and the fat which was there in the belly started burning and melting and flowing. Sorry for describing too vividly. I could see very clearly because the cloth got burnt, the body is there and the fat is burning and melting and flowing. Because the fat is flowing, the fire is still burning with a full speed. That gave a very strong click into me and said, oh God, yes, same way it is going to burn. And same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death. And that fear, when it spread all over the body, when I faced it consciously, I could see very clearly that fear spreading all over the body. When the fear met my awareness, hit my awareness, that became death experience. Understand?
Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes death experience. The fear, death fear, if you just escape, run away, when that fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression. Death fear plus unconscious is nervous breakdown. Death fear plus conscious is death experience. Understand? I have given a clear explanation, clear equation. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression, perversion. Death fear plus unconscious means you don't suppress, but neither you face, you just get shaken, frightened, fear stroke, nervous breakdown. Death fear, conscious awareness is death experience. I was able to see very clearly the fear which rose when I faced it consciously with awareness became death experience. Means I saw clearly the body is dead. It's not moving. 2.5 days, no food, no water, no thought, no question, no doubt, body was there. Only after the experience I realized 2.5 days passed. It was there. I could see with closed eyes, the body is dead and there is no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, that click happened. God, body is dead, but I exist still. I am there. That clarity, that click, when it clicked, it became such an intense ecstasy. The fear of death left once for all. And it has become such a deep ecstasy, such a joy, such bliss. And slowly opened the eyes. I was able to move the body. First thing I felt was such a deep ecstasy and gratitude. I went down to the Ganga. It was just a few feet. Sprinkled little Ganga water, took the Ganga water in Kamandalu, little ash from the pyre, straight went to Vishwanatha and put that ash and did the puja. That was the first thing. It was such a deep gratitude. I saw Vishwanatha was alive. Understand? Because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Till the day before, because I was alive, Vishwanatha was always dead stone. Because I was alive, Vishwanatha was just dead stone. Because I died, Vishwanatha is the Shiva in Varanasi.
Fifth death is in Bangalore. See, after my own death experience, I came to Central India. In the Central India, I realized my incarnationhood. In 2000, then 2001, I came and settled down in Tamil Nadu. And 2002, I came to Karnataka. 3, I started this Sangha organization. In 2002 end, or I can say 2003 beginning, I think. In Bangalore, I was attending a patient, one of our devotee. To heal, I went to hospital. In the hospital, the next bed patient was dying. That time I watched, the patient was dying without any pain, like a knife in the butter. He was very smoothly leaving the body and disappeared into the ocean, enlightened. I was shocked when I investigated. I did not see any special reason why this guy became enlightened, because he was not a meditator, he was not a religious guy, no guru. I was wondering how come he became enlightened. When I contemplated, I realized he was dying in the presence of an incarnation. So naturally, my presence has contributed for his peaceful passing away. Then I meditated, how can I give this help to people? If there is any way I can help people to have this peaceful death, an enlightenment while you leave the body, that will be the greatest service. For my contemplation and meditation, the answer I received is the program you are going to do for next 3 days. The process of death, going through all your patterns and experiencing the ultimate restful awareness, ultimate peace inside you, the best preparation for your death. We are not quickening the process of death, but we are preparing for the process. Let me tell you one incident happened in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the satsang. So I continued the satsang, and after the satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on, even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he is in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji, that is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news, and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer, spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil, she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்போ எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother. In the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide. Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? Just, he wanted to rest, so I liberated him, and that's different.
Now, Swamiji revealed very beautifully about the 5 types of death, which we all did the exercise also about before, right? All of you did these exercise. Now we are going to be entering into the process. Can I request every one of you to sit up? Please sit up straight. We are now going to be entering into the death process. Please sit straight. Now, we are going to be what Swamiji revealed to all of us now. Swamiji revealed to us about how the 5 types of death, whether the physical, losing the physical health, losing the name and fame, losing wealth, losing love of your loved ones, and the fear of unknown. All of them ultimately boils down to the fear of death. At the very core, we are now going to be preparing ourselves to enter into the death process by understanding, identifying, seeing the concepts that we carry about death.
Particular process is going to be very, very, very deep. Request all the participants that are here with us, do this process sincerely. Do this process, whatever is coming, whatever emotions are coming, just let it come. Whatever is coming out of you, Just let it out. Don't hold back anything. This is a very, very, very powerful process, powerful step that we are now going to be entering into.
Now, all of you are going to be writing down the earliest concepts about death. All your childhood memories and beliefs you received about death in your life. You may have received these ideas from your parents, teachers, relatives, church, temple. For example, death is inauspicious. Death is punishment from God. Death is losing your loved ones. All that you knew or heard about death, please pen them down. Now, write down the experience about the first death you directly faced or attended in your life. Understand? Go back to that very incident.
Can be whether the death, a funeral that you attended, or it can be in front of you, someone dying. The very first incident, whether it caused a lot of impact in you or less impact, the very first incident, write that down. Go in detail, write it in detail.
In elaborate detail, all that you experienced, the pain, the emotions you went through, the first ever death. It can even be death of your puppy. It can even be death of a pet animal. All the death that you faced, pen them down.